YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. Look at what we have here. We have the NX8, and what do we have inside of this beauty? We have an AR637T, and that means boop, 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 beep, beep, beep. But look at the beauty of this thing. This is the most labor-intensive plane, flaperons, yes, of course, safe, AS3X. Look at these things. Bing, bing. It's like guitar strings. And yes, they are functional. And yes, we have a pull system. Everything works really, really nice. Look at the instrument cluster, folks. Look at that. This is a true balsa wood plane. It is an ARF plug-in fly, also known as you need to quit your job for 2 weeks to build it. Megan and I spent 36 hours on this plane. Okay, throttle cuts off. Here goes nothing. We'll do a little taxi. The AR637, we have an alarm set for 21.6 nominal voltage. Absolutely beautiful on 6S. This thing would do grass ops, but we're gonna try the runway first. I don't wanna get it all dirty because this plane is absolutely a looker. Man, that has some good ground handling. See if I can turn around here in this tight area. Okay. I don't want to flip it over and crash it, so. Okay, this one's a culminating experience. Okay, throttle cuts off. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Wow. Absolutely no problems, guys. We are obviously out of safe. That is so easy. I'm 50% throttle. Oh, it looks so real. 50% throttle, guys. Look how beautiful it is. The AS3X has that thing locked in. Full disclosure, it's very calm. Good lordy, lord, that thing is absolutely phenomenal. Oh man. Sorry guys, I may have to change them out after this. It's so pretty. Holy crap. So folks, when you spend basically a work week for 2 adults on a plane, and yes, I'm being real tame with it now because I care and I don't want to destroy this plane. Man, the rudder, I'm giving it real light inputs and it's just super responsive and crisp. Oh my goodness. I feel like the AS3X has this thing. It can do no wrong right now, but it is calm. Okay, here's full throttle. Oh my goodness, absolutely no problems on that. Tons of power, not so much it looks fake. Oh man. Camera crew, what are you thinking right now?
I'm still slightly terrified. It looks so good though.
It does, it looks amazing.
So pretty.
Okay, I don't want to hit the power line, so we're just gonna be a little bit plate safe. You wanna make about 5 steps over to the right, please. Oh man, that is gorgeous.
The colors are just...
They pop.
Yeah.
So much. Oh my goodness, guys. And I know it seems like we're really kind of just really getting excited about this plane, but I gotta be honest with you. This was a labor of love for me and for my wife. It was a labor as in labor pains. Except look how awesome it is, guys. Look at this. And it's easy to fly. I can't believe it. I'm so happy.
It looks so solid.
Guys, we've done some balsa wood planes lately, and I can tell you this one is the best flying one. And I know that other people are not gonna like to hear that, but too bad, so sad. Make them fly better. Oh my goodness. Oh yes. Guys, I am so thrilled that this thing flies as good as it does, because it is just solid. Okay, so let's try some safe performance. We're gonna get a couple mistakes high. I am fully aware of how to shut it off. Safe is on. Look at that, perfect, perfect. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Here's the full down. I'm gonna get a better angle for you. There's your full right, 50% throttle, full left, 50% throttle. I'm not even looking. A little bit of back elevator just to keep it from losing altitude. Okay, that's your limit. Here's your down, here's your up. Oh man, that is good. Okay, out of safe, can't handle it anymore. Folks, that looks incredibly realistic.
It sounds good.
It sounds good, it looks good. All right, camera crew, let's go up by the center of the runway here. I'm gonna have you on my left this time. Thank you, please. Please and thank you. We're gonna get some low shots. Oh my goodness gracious, look at that up against the horizon. It is just absolutely amazing. A little bit of power. Oh, I know it wasn't gonna stall, but I felt like it could. I was like, no way, you're not taking this gravity, Mother Nature, you don't get my PT-17. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so there's our 5. I am going to scroll over. I'm gonna go to safe. I'm gonna reduce the throttle. I'm gonna scroll over to my voltage. Oh! It's so stupid and useless in this plane, but I love it. Okay, 50%. You see what I'm doing, guys? I'm just kind of letting it go in a holding pattern. Looking for the voltage. Where are you, voltage? 22.9, we're still good. Okay, so 6S. Okay, we're out of safe. I wanna try a landing here. As in try, I'm gonna, holy crap, that guy is low. What the heck is he doing? Show the people. Look at that guy. Not only is that plane cool, but what the heck is he doing at such a low altitude? That guy is like buzzing the freaking tower.
Well, hopefully he's not gonna fly under our power lines.
Holy schneidel balls though. That guy is low.
He kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I know. That's why you gotta watch for manned aircraft, folks. Serious law. Okay, we're trying takeoff flaps. Okay, we're getting up to altitude again. Takeoff flaps, no balloon. Okay, that's good. Looks like we maybe need to do like what we did on the P-40, P-47. Okay, full landing flaps. Oh man, that feels good. Doesn't feel like a big change in flight performance. The pitch of the plane was down. I think we need to go the other way. Hey, let's try doing this. Camera crew, you good where you are?
Yep.
Why don't you take about 10 steps back just to be on the safe side for today. Woo! Okay, so it's on the ground, 23.2 volts on the telemetry, 23.2. We never hit our warning. So I heard what sounded like a loud noise, and I don't know if something broke or if one of the wheels broke free or any of the sort. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Ooh. I broke one of the mounts. Dang it. Okay, all right. I'm gonna take it. It still lives to see another day. That is something we can fix very easy. All I gotta do is undo these 6 screws, pull the boot down, unscrew this thing, and we're ready to rock and roll. Guys, love this plane. It is absolutely fabulous flying. It is absolutely gorgeous. AR637T. It's a little bit hard to get the canopy off because you've got those little simulated glass panels. Show them the radio. Oops, show them the radio. Or receiver rather. And then you can see where we put our battery. Pretty much all the way forward. Flew great, guys. Yeah. Flew great.
Really good.
I feel like there's a few refinements that could be made to the AS3X, but just, I mean, honestly, it flew so dang good. It left nothing to be desired. I feel like we're there. That landing was so close to being good, but I must have broke something free. So we're gonna have to get in there, do some surgery, maybe epoxy it up again. But guys, I gotta say, this thing is good, but it is a huge time commitment. Speaking of, stay tuned. It's not 36 hours long. We time-lapsed it because it was that freaking long. Also, we made some changes to the design. We looped back here instead of just doing a million of these things, and we got shorted on some hardware. I don't know if that was a mistake, like we missed a bag, or if they actually shorted us. Absolutely thick, gorgeous decals. This plane is not cheap, but it's a very good value. I think it's sub 600 bucks, and this plane is definitely worth having. If you want a balsa wood plane that looks like a model, that looks like you could literally hang it on the wall and use it as a decoration, this is it. It is. The other day, the sun was coming up, I was getting ready for work, and this whole thing was glowing because I could see through it, just like you would on a real one. It was absolutely fantastic. So, couple things to think about too. If you're new to flying, what happened to me there can happen to you. It's very easy to break these things. You gotta be very careful. You got to grease the landings every time. Don't mess around. I tried to do grass and I screwed it up. That'll be an easy fix. Believe me, with the time we got in this, that's nothing. Love this plane. Spend the time, make her beautiful. Get the AR637T. It's gonna give you all the features you need. If you wanna really kick it up a notch, get an avian ESC, but you don't need the thrust reverse on this thing. It landed real nice. So, and that, you don't even need the flaperons, to be honest. So, guys, without further ado, that's all you get on this because I gotta fix the gear. Thanks for watching. NX8 was great. Buy from the links in the video description below. Help support us, guys. This one was a huge amount of work to bring, so we're hoping that a few of you will buy one. But at the same time, this plane is amazing, and I just genuinely, when we tell you we really, really like a plane, we want you to know we really, really like a plane. We know this isn't everybody's cup of tea. We know it might be a little bit too expensive for some of you, but at the same time, this thing is absolutely amazing. Get one. Stay tuned for the unbox build and radio setup. And when you see the unbox, you'll be like, holy crap, I see how it could take 36 hours. Oh, but don't worry, the website says 1 hour build time.
Yes. And we do give a couple updates, and then we do go through the full radio setup that's not in time lapse.
It's not all time lapse.
Just the build part.
Just the build part. Yeah. We do a full radio setup. We'll show you exactly what we did to get to this point. We made no adjustments. So for once. All right, guys, stay tuned. Thanks for watching. All right, guys, so we were just flying a day and a half ago, and I was taking a look at this landing gear. So I just want to show you what I found out because we heard that pop when I landed and I thought I had broken the landing gear. Turns out I hadn't broken the landing gear at all. So I'm going to show you what I found so far and show you what I'm doing to correct it. If you want to show the people, first of all, this is the aluminum foil, the layers that we added, because that got the alignment, because these things just basically have to be torqued in. There is no adjustment to this as you screw it in, okay? So once it goes in there, it is where it is, right? And of course I've got the fairing off of there right now. But just to show you, you can sort of see, I took and removed the screws, and then I basically, I made access to this, and you can see there's a little bit of tipping play on there. And what's going on, if you look inside of here, there is a rod that is a pivot point. And what's happening is this is allowed to move. This is allowed to move like this. This is allowed to move right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get both of these as tight as possible to minimize that by using this, well, I used an X-Acto knife and just opened up a little access here and a little access here. Just be careful, there's one rib right here that you don't wanna like tear into too deep. But I have this box end wrench sort of thing. It's 5.5 millimeters. And so I've got that on the bottom. And then I have a really long Phillips screwdriver, number 2. And now that I have those accesses opened, I can just use this to brace and I can tighten this. Hopefully I can bite the frame a little bit better. But you see it's bottomed out, like I'm all the way tight. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk back and you can see that nut is not, it's not as tight as it could be, but I don't think it's ever gonna be completely, I don't think we're ever gonna prevent all the movement. So what I'm saying is no matter how tight you think you've got that, it's never gonna stop the play on those gear. So that being understood, there's 2 things we need to do. Obviously we need to put it back together, but what I'm gonna do is I wanna open up these holes so that these fairings have a little teeny bit of play on them, okay? So as you get a rough landing, it will be allowed to check back and forth just a little bit, okay? So that's one thing we're doing, and you can see the difference in size here. Very subtle difference, but just enough to give it some movement, okay? So I think I did a 7/64, and this must have been much smaller before. So I'm just opening these up. And then once you get them opened up, then you'll probably have to take an X-Acto knife to the back. And of course, this would be a little easier if you just physically removed it, but I just wanna, for the sake of time, you can see that's quite a bit larger. And that's gonna give you a little bit more play when you actually touch down, because the screw head is large. It's a large pan head self-tapping screw. And you may even need to go one step up from here. Okay. So this is just one of those adjustments that we're making. The next size up would be 1/8 of an inch. So you may need a little bit more, but the way I figured on the shaft size, because the heads are gonna be thick enough that it'll cover up, there'll still be a good bite on the material. And so I am going to screw these down so that they're just shy of bite, okay? And I gotta put a little CA in there because those things all got ripped. Because of the landing, these were allowed to play, and so there's nothing you can do about it. This little tiny point is not gonna be enough to prevent that from banging out and opening up those holes. So, like I was saying earlier, I have to take this X-Acto knife and just carefully cut this off, that little extra. And these are the sort of things that just take a little extra TLC on a balsa wood plane, especially one that's beautiful and worthy of a little bit of effort. I'm super thrilled to find out that I didn't actually break anything, but I'm also annoyed that there's so much play on this spot. I'm being super careful not to cut myself, so I'm kind of pulling in a weird angle, but I gotta be careful. Okay, so each of those ones are trimmed down now. You want that to be able to slide on the covering. And if you ever drop an X-Acto knife, jump out of the way, but especially on a covered plane, you better be extra careful. You don't want to be dropping X-Acto knives on top of these things because they will suffer major damage. Okay, so especially a nice sharp one like this. So the next step I'm gonna do real quick, and I'm just showing you what I did on this. You may have to do it a little bit different on yours because you might have mounted things a little different. So this one here, I'm just kind of pulling it up over the top and that holds it for me. And then I can take and try to tighten this a little bit more. I wanna resist as much of that checking play there as I can. So as you can see, I cut here, right there, that access. And that access allows me to get in, hypothetically, onto the nut. Because if you can't get to the nut, watch what happens. It just spins, guys. So you see that? It's just gonna spin. I know it's gonna be hard to get an angle, but you're gonna have to try to get an angle underneath my index finger. You guys hear that? That's nut spinning. See that? Can you see it? I can't, I literally don't know if you can see it.
I can't. I can see it.
So now that that's on there, now I can try to torque this down, like really get into it. Oh man, that's hard to turn. But you'll note that it still plays either way. So the reason I'm showing you this, guys, is because you don't have to take it apart to get to that conclusion. You can basically just know when you mount your, whatever this fairing boot thing is, which landing gear bogey fairing, when you mount it, make a little bit of hole, and when you tighten down your screws, tighten them, then back off half a turn or a quarter turn, and then when this checks, that can move in and out just a little teeny bit, okay? Because you see this movement, it's not insignificant, but it's less significant down here because the further out on this lever arm you go, there's gonna be more movement, okay? And so, as this moves in and out, you can see why that matters. Because then if you give it enough play, it will make up for it. So what I would like to see that would be way better on this, I mean, given the design of the rest of this aircraft, would be to have some sort of a, you know, like a wire, a stiffening wire that has a spring on it, because it would look super scale. Because I feel like of all the components in this particular system, this plane, that I'm not crazy about, the landing gear are probably the top one. Also, these springs are way too tight. But again, we did this in time lapse, so you couldn't see it in great detail. But if you look at these things, like how do you even break these things apart? I don't even know if you can. So the only way I would be able to figure out how to get this apart is possibly if you undid these screws. I'd like to be able to break this open and take whatever they have for a spring and loosen that, because that is just too tight. That's way too much pressure needed. Like that's probably, I would say I'm putting 10 pounds of pressure on that. And this plane is not that heavy. It needs about 1/3 of that. And then it would actually protect that gear mount. So I wish I knew if there was a way to actually take this apart, but I'm sitting here looking at it. It does not look like it comes apart. There's like a, you know, like a pinch point here, but it certainly doesn't look like it unscrews. So I don't know if we could undo these and it would be allowed to come apart. It's probably worth a try because I want to protect this plane. This plane is worth making nice. So let's see if this works. Let's just see if this comes apart. I'm just gonna take out these 2 Phillips screws here, and that's gonna allow this to probably shoot out like crazy all the way across the room, like 100 pieces. But you see, I'm just undoing this screw. That's just a flat screw. Of course, it's got a bunch of metal shards on it. That's always convenient. Typical Chinese quality, high precision component like that, you know. See all the metal shards? It's like magnetic too, because it's been in and out a million times on here. Okay, those are carbon fiber. They're not even metal. Okay, so once that's out, does this come out? No. Can we spin it out? There's 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns. I don't think it's gonna come out. So I'm not even sure if there's anything we can do about that. There might be a snap ring inside of here, inside of this bent collar here. But that's kind of my concern, is that once you get that adjustment made, then you're pretty much screwed. You know, that's literally where it is. So there's nothing you can do about it at that point. And you can see, it's still got, it's just not, it's too strong. So if you had an opportunity to upgrade this plane in a way that would be demonstrable, it would be to probably put softer tires on so that this isn't as big of a factor. Like pneumatic tires that are, you know, more or less empty. That would help a lot, but you're gonna have to get a tall profile tire that's gonna fit on this. You could do a longer shaft too. I think the off-road characteristics on this just scared me because I heard that noise. And just so you guys know what I'm talking about, when you tighten this on here, you can see what I'm talking about. Once you get it tight and you get it torqued down, you see, now I'm backward. So you gotta be mindful of what direction that thing goes, okay? So these screws are preset. You can't adjust this at all. There is no adjustment, short of breaking it and, you know, building a new one for yourself. But once you get it adjusted, then this is the alignment that we have. You see that? Between the tricycle? You gotta get these things to be square and not like this. Because this one was like way, I think it was toe out. It was like way toe out. That's the rationale for this this aluminum foil. I think that's 5 aluminum foils thick, but like yours might need to be 6, or it might need to be 2, or it might need to be 0. This one lined up nearly perfect. So anyway, what we're probably gonna do is we'll just walk through this process real quick and just get it put back together. I know we didn't do a super long detailed build on this, and so I hadn't intended on bringing you along for a lot of this ride, just because it was such a long build, like 36 hours plus and whatever this is. But this could have been avoided, meaning, honestly, it didn't have to happen. It just, you know, made me feel better knowing that I checked. And to be honest, this plane, we have enough time in it that I'm not gonna just gamble that I am correct in my assessment. And I was incorrect. I thought I broke the bulkhead, but I didn't. The noise we heard was probably like 3 of these screws popping out of the balsa wood all simultaneously. Actually, it was probably 3 on this side and 3 on that side. And that's why it sounded, because I felt like, boy, that doesn't sound very severe, but I could definitely hear it when we did that landing. So now that we've taken this apart, we just need to work our way back through, kind of getting things lined back up, and then in typical, you know, Chinese precision fashion, it's gonna be a real pain in the neck to get all these things to align. And I hope you guys understand what I mean. I don't mean to beat up the engineering on dancing wings, but this is just a typical hobby grade sort of thing, you know? You get into some of these components and you're like, yeah, you kind of need that to be more precise than that. You see what's going on, guys? The screws wobbling around and it's just hard to get purchase. So I'm having to move 3, there we go, there we go. Now again, you don't have to take this apart. We were just doing this to test. So we'll probably pause while I fight this. All right, so now that that's tight, I just want to show you this. Show them the wheel. alignment over here, this wheel. So you see how it's definitely not straight, right? Like this would be exaggerated, okay? That's tight, but it's not tight. Now let's go back and show them how tight I have to do this from here. So I'm grabbing on this mechanism here, but you can grab the wheel. You just gotta be careful not to bend anything, okay? Look how tight I'm turning that. I mean, it's like I'm giving it everything I got, and I got a death grip because I work on stuff for a living. So you guys are probably the same way. If you work with your hands for a living, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so that is the play that caused the popping noise. That play is actually not a problem. That is the way it's supposed to be. Is it good? I don't think so, but it is what it is. So I just wanted you guys to see that because it is a factor. Now, also, you might want to put your fairings back on before you tighten it in your application, but now you guys got a chance to see exactly how that goes together. Because that, like I said, that was one of those time-lapse things, and we didn't want this to be lost in time-lapse. So I'm gonna reapply Loctite now. And the Loctite helps to hold all this stuff together, but you only get, you know, 3 or 4 threads here by the time you're all said and done. So it's just really not that much, it's not that much Loctite, to be honest. So I would like it if there was a better way of kind of guaranteeing this fit. Like for instance, when it's all done, it'd be nice to have a set screw in the side of here. And then it would also be nice to have a shim in here so that this doesn't rock.
You need to put this piece on first. Or use
Oh, yeah, thank you. Good catch. I was gonna miss that. Yeah, so this just needs to slide. I already did I drilled out those holes off camera, guys, before you guys came in with us. And so if you slide that up there. So you guys see what I'm talking about. It's just not, it's not a deal breaker by any means, but at the same time, it would have been nice to see a better engineering for this solution because it is pretty important to have landing gear. Generally when they're stiff, it's fine when they're fixed. But you don't want a bunch of play when you have no means of controlling that play. Like for instance, on the Carbon Z Cub, you know, we've got this splaying landing gear and it's got this X pattern and that is allowed to give you some movement. Well, on this, I think in real life, there would be probably some hidden mechanism underneath all the fairings. But on a model aircraft, you generally just have it, you know, it's just a piece of steel coming out or it's a wire. Because they built this so sturdy, there's not really any room for adjustment. So because it's sturdy, it causes somewhat of a problem, okay? Now, again, not deal breaker on this plane. This thing flies amazing and it looks amazing, but I just hate that there's that much play. I mean, that is that's a lot of play. So you need to adjust it like this where the weight's gonna be on it. It's not gonna sit like this. It's gonna sit like that. And that's not a problem. You just need to be aware of it. I almost wonder if some of you might make the decision, instead of screwing these down, to just glue them, you know, like this or like this. So you have, you know, the ability to move and then you don't give up all these hole points. Okay, the other thing you could do is you could make a slotted hole for these things instead of just a bigger round hole here. So my solution is pretty simple and straightforward, but it's not perfect. And I want you guys to be aware of that. I'm gonna take CA. Yeah, that's how hard I'm holding on to that mechanism. I got a hole in my finger now because I'm holding on to that in a weird spot. Okay, so I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna do one big drip of CA on the tip. So you can see that. It doesn't need to be like gigantic, but then essentially all you're gonna do is you're gonna line up your hole so you can get it through without losing all the CA. And then you're gonna put it in. See, look, that one got ripped out. So there's literally no bite on that screw. So I'm just gonna let it be. I'm just gonna make sure that it plays and it checks in and out, okay? So that one's done. Believe it or not, that CA will set up and it will make a threaded hole, okay? So then same thing with the next one, just a big drip of medium CA. And I'm just gonna get that one. Yeah, see, no bite, nothing at all. So what's the point of having it in there? The point of having it in there is just the simple fact that you're gonna have a threaded hole that's gonna be from the glue, okay? So then, same thing, all the way around the fairing. And my guess is that the same thing will be true for each and every one of those holes too. They've probably been reamed out. And the noise that we heard, nope, that one's not reamed out. Okay, so that's good. So watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go all the way in till it's tight, and then I'm gonna back it off, okay? You see how that rocks? The head of it rocks? That's not what we want. We want it to not rock. But I think it's probably gonna rock until that glue sets up. And when we're all done setting this up, we wanna get it on its wheels so that everything can set up in the correct orientation with weight on the wheels. You don't want it to be set on the plane stand upside down when it's setting up, okay? You see what I'm talking about here? See, when I lift that up, that allows us to get the alignment here. So all I wanna do is I just wanna make sure this thing can check all the way forward and all the way backward. Show them here again. See, as that CA sets up, you can see that that screw is really doing nothing to hold the fairing in. It's just decorative at this point. And that's exactly what we need of that, okay? So we're gonna be doing that a bunch of more times, and then we'll come right back when we get those in so you can see what it looks like at the end. Okay, so as you can see, we've got these things glued in here now, and you can see that there's enough room. I'm gonna hold this braces the plane. And you can see when it moves now, it's not gonna yank out these screws. You're gonna have to probably like look at the screws here. See how it's like not pulling them out? That's all we're concerned about. Same thing over here. So I'm just bracing the plane and wiggling. You see what's going on there? So that fairing is allowed to check. See how I just push that in? That's all that's holding it. I mean, you gotta remember, it's just a super thin piece of balsa. It's like a skin coat. And so I don't know if it's not plywood, I know, because they do use plywood on these, but not in that spot. The main rib, I believe it's called a rib, and if it's not, I'm sorry guys, the bulkhead is actually plywood, and it's pretty thick. It's like about ½ an inch thick, and that goes all the way around. But the thing is, you know, this is just you know, a thin covering that goes between all the ribs here for extra reinforcement so you can hit some material. But then I swear a few of these are just going through covering. So there's just like nothing there, guys. And you'll run into that occasionally on balsa wood planes because, you know, you would think that they're super strong and robust and all this, but the reality is, I mean, for goodness sakes, real planes aren't even that strong. You know, there's not much there. And now you can see down, just kind of show them in there. You can see down in there, it's not broken. There's one piece of ply that's broken off the front of that. You see that spot on the left? You see that ply that's popped up? Okay, I'm gonna have to lay it down. Okay, so I want this to dry and set up right here. Sorry guys, it's kind of hard to like get the camera into this hole. There's too many things in the way. You see what I'm talking about now? That ply, that's where I cut. Oh my goodness, I suck at this. You see what I'm talking about now? That ply right there. Hey, can you grab me the X-Acto knife there, camera crew? Okay, so you see that ply is what I'm talking about, folks. So I'm gonna reach in there with the X-Acto knife and I'm just gonna show you what I'm talking about. This is just a little superficial piece, okay? See it? It's just superficial. So I want you to see, I want you guys to see that it was just a superficial piece. Because inside of here, it's very strong, it's very thick. You see how thick it is right there? It's like ½ an inch thick. And everything mounts to it. Everything mounts to that. The landing gear mount to that, and then everything else is reinforced in there. Okay, so back to the camera crew. The other thing too is when I put this back on, I was reaching in and I grabbed it and it cracked the plastic because it was cold. So honestly, I don't think there's really anything that you can do to prevent that from cracking because it's just a thinner plastic. So what you might think about doing is if you're willing to sacrifice this, that's where you can grab it. Or you could make this out of another material or possibly even cut some balsa just as a liner. But you can see how tight this is, okay? And yes, you have to do it from the front. It does not come off from the rear, okay? So that drops in there. It's very stout and it holds on good, but look at all these wires and things. So when you're out at the flying field, you know, you can grab in here and you can lift, and you have to do this. Now that's super easy to do when it's up on a table at waist high, but then when you're like reaching down from above, it's quite challenging to do that. So you'll want to be aware, and if you have, you know, limitations, keep that in mind, because if you have to put a piece of tape on the back, like where my index finger is, see my index finger back here? You might have a piece of tape or something, and then you can pull it out, but you see it binds because it hits the glass, the fake glass. See what I'm talking about? That would be ideal. That's where I would expect this thing to come out. And so you run into the other windshield. So just be aware, folks. There's a couple things that are a little bit annoying about getting in and out with this, but that is pretty common on biplanes. Now, the other thing is, a couple thoughts, because we're gonna jump back into flying. Make sure that you turn these fairings, so that everything is square and true. See how that moves? That's allowed to move, okay? And this one is also allowed to move. Don't get it down so far that it rubs on this piece. And I did do one drip of CA on those little screws that I undid. So in closing, that's a lot of information. The reason we show it is because I represented that we had broken that bulkhead, and we hadn't broken it. We broke the screws on that fairing, okay? So just if that wasn't already clear from me saying it 6 times, I want you to be aware that it is truly not broken. That break on the front was superficial, and I believe it's when they actually put that bracket over the top and it broke a piece of the plywood out. That actually didn't break during the landing. So what did break was all these screws got pulled out of the wood. That's the noise we heard. So great news, really happy to report that that's true. And I also want these splayed out as much as possible while everything is drying. So you see how you can do that. You can actually physically move this up or down. You see that? I want that splayed out like this, okay? And then yes, I don't know if I mentioned this, camera crew and I were talking about this. I did take an X-Acto knife and I just cut access, but it's all covered up now. So if you need access to get in there to tighten that nut and get a screwdriver in, that's okay, because you're gonna cover it up with those fairings. So, all right, next up, you're gonna see this thing flying again. By the way, I have a really hard time believing that you need a 50 CPAC in this. Now, I think they said 40 to 50 CPAC. Yeah, I doubt it. That thing didn't feel like it was drawn down at all. So we were flying on a 50C 5000, just like this. It was a Gen 2, and we didn't mention that. We also, I didn't mention the name. This is the PT-17 Stearman, or the Stearman PT-17 by Dancing Wings. So I forgot to mention that. I don't know why I didn't. I was just so excited about the transmitter and the receiver, and I kind of stepped over myself. Very happy with the performance of the pack. We could have gone longer, I believe, but we were up against time delays on our side. So we're gonna fly again, and we're gonna give you a chance to see it. And I would like to do a few touch and goes. I felt like my first takeoff was a little bit too much tricycle style, where it just like the whole thing took off and the attitude didn't change. It just kind of like went straight up like this. Partly because I wasn't sure if I needed to induce the roll or if it was just gonna roll. And also biplanes do tend to kind of take off like that. And also I didn't want to break this beautiful prop. I had another wood prop that we used just the other day on another plane, so you can do the math. And it broke, but we didn't realize in the camera and on the footage until we took it inside. And I must have hit grass or something and it broke and it split up. So we've been happy with this prop, has been fine. It hasn't broken, as you can see. And then also our little extravaganza here to get clearance. I don't know if you guys remember that from the beginning of the, or wait, was that on the other plane where we had to run it up to speed to actually open up the hole? It was the other plane. We didn't have to do that on this one, but we did have about 32 hours extra in it. So love this plane. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's like one of our best looking planes, and we have a lot of planes, and we have a lot of beautiful planes, by the way. But this thing rivals in detail some of our most detailed planes. I mean, and obviously everybody has a style, I get that. And I'm not saying that biplanes are like my style, but they are definitely on the list of planes that I like. And I like the PT-17 a lot. I've had a few of them. I had a Dynam. It was one of the few Dynams that I liked. And, you know, so now we have this, absolutely gorgeous. So I'm hoping that you guys will help support the channel by buying this plane from our links below if you decide to buy it. And again, on Brian Phillips RC, we're not trying to push you to buy this plane versus this plane versus that plane versus another plane. We really don't care what plane you buy. We're here to bring you information, and then you can use that to make an informed decision. And then when you make informed decisions, you're gonna have a better experience in the hobby. And that's not just, I mean, you start getting into planes like this, we're not talking to beginners. We're talking to more experienced pilots, people that have built ARFs before, and not to be confused with dogs. Almost ready to fly. Almost ready to fly as in like, at some point this balsa wood tree will fly. That's what they meant. Well, actually this one, can you imagine doing all the build of everything from scratch? Oh my goodness. So, you know, I remember building kits as a kid. I built an F-14, I built an F-5, I built a few P-51s, but I never flew them. They were never radio controlled because at the time, it really was impractical to do a Gillows model and, you know, make it fly. So in fact, I've got them hanging in my kid's room right now on the wall. There's an F-14 that's engaging an F-5. It's really cool. It looks just like Top Gun scene. So anyway, I remember building those things, and I remember my neighbor, this is before we had our own kids, and I let the neighbor break it. And I was like, why did I do that? So anyway, I have a newfound respect for, you know, and when I say newfound, I already had the respect for people that do full stick building. But this thing is absolutely gorgeous. And it took us 36 hours and it was already built. So imagine that's probably another 100 hours from kit. So I would say conservatively. And you know, maybe you guys love that and you like fiddling and you don't mind, you know, sitting at the table while your wife is knitting or watching TV or whatever, and you're sitting here putting the plane together. I can imagine that's what my grandpa used to do, and my grandma and grandpa would hang out together and they would do that for you know, days or weeks on end. They would work on a plane that would be similar to this, not near as high quality, to be honest, by the time it's done. But just going through this process was a lot of work. So you need to consider that when you're buying a plane like this. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but like in our lifestyle, that's too much time. So I just want to bring that up. Now, do I love the outcome? Absolutely. Would I do it again, knowing how long it took? No. I wouldn't, because that's too much time. We can't afford a week and a half in our life right now. So a week and a half of, you know, like a business week. So those are my thoughts, and I'm trying to share these thoughts in the context of our life and in the context of Brian Phillips RC, so that you guys can gauge that and use that to make some good, wise decisions. But at the end of the day, if you buy this plane, it is beautiful, and you will love it because it flies amazing. But you may not love how long it takes to put together. You may not love the fact that it's quite expensive, and you may not love the fact that the landing gear splay out. So I mean, I don't think it's a deal breaker. You could shim those, by the way, but I don't see that being a solution. You could also take CA and just pump it in there and just let it set, and then that would check it in that position. But I feel like it's gonna be too brittle and it's just gonna check back and pop that stuff out the first time you have a rough landing. So lots of thoughts here, guys. This is a complex build, so I want you to be aware of the things that we learned. Also, the strings will slack if you're not careful. So, and these aren't strings, they're actually cable. So when you hear how that's tight like a guitar string, tight like a guitar string, this one's sort of slacked. We did run into some issues on the way that the crimps work. They weren't crimping quite tight enough to keep those from tightening. And so what I've been doing periodically is I will take and then just take the slack out by tensioning this. That would be completely resolved if I just basically did this on both sides. One here and one here. And I believe we had enough to do that, but we only would have had enough to do it if we only did it on one side. Now, the other thing you can do is you can run this through and then you can tie a knot up here or something, and then you can actually put a clamp up here. That would also resolve your issue. And remember, when you do that step, because we did this all in time lapse, you need to make sure that this is slacked all the way. There's a nut, a jam nut here, and this is allowed to turn out all the way. Make sure it is on so it's got like one thread on that thing. Get it strung through, and it does not string through here at all. It's very, very hard to get it. Once you get it through, it kinks in there and you can't get it to slide. And once you get to a certain tightness, it basically won't go anymore, okay? So once you're done, then you can torque it down by tightening this, because that is allowed to spin. That little eye hook is allowed to spin. You see how it spins free? Okay. So a couple things to consider. We love the plane, it's great. I just wouldn't have done it if I would have known it was gonna take that long to build. And if I was a more skilled builder, I could probably do it in, I think realistically more like 25 to 30 hours. But since we're less skilled, it took us longer. Also, we have other interruptions, called 4 kids and other things going on. So anyway, all right, next up is a flight. In fact, this is probably gonna be at the end, let's get real. This is kind of long, but if it's not at the end, we appreciate it. Buy the planes from the links below. That's the best way you can support us. You get a plane, we get a small commission from the manufacturers, distributors, or companies that we work with, and you'll be helping to support us by giving us clout. When we review these things, they'll know, hey, if we send them planes, they'll probably sell a few. And so, like, let's get real. We've got, a lot of people that watch these videos, and they're people that like these planes. So it's not like we're trying to twist your arm to doing something you don't already want to do. But if you just can't do that, or if you're an Australian, the shipping is too high, or New Zealand or something like this, and you want to still support us, just use a Patreon or PayPal. It's a super easy way to do it. And we don't feel like you're twisting your arms on that either. And so we appreciate all you guys. We have quite a few Patreons going right now, which is very heartwarming. And also we specifically don't show any benefits, because if we do that, then you have to pay sales tax, and it gets complicated, and we just really, all you're doing is you're supporting us for what we've already done. So that's the no BS approach that we are taking, and we hope that you guys have respect for that, because we really do appreciate you, and world's best audience on YouTube. We're trying to get caught up on comments, by the way. One thing that we do for Patreons that we don't really do is we do try to reply to the comments quick, because there's just less of you. So, if there's 100,000 of you on Patreon at some point, that'd be really cool, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen, and that's totally fine. That's not necessarily our model here. Our model here is to get lots of models and bring them to you on the channel here. So stay tuned, we're gonna fly some more. Thanks for watching, guys. YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We've got the PT-17 Stearman by Dancing Wings. We're gonna review this today. Look at the gorgeousness. Pull system on the rudder. Look at the instrument cluster. This is gonna be our second flight. We did some modifications so that there was a little bit of play allowed on these. Absolutely love the way this plane looks. It also flies amazing. There is a caveat to how amazing this plane is, and that is the 36-hour build time.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, without further ado, we're gonna get in the shadow. We're looking at a little bit of wind from the left to right. I'm pointed mostly into it. I think it's probably about 5 degrees off from my left to my right side on the plane. Takeoff flaps and landing flaps are set up. Everything works. And the stabilizer, we ended up running at about just a little bit over half at 4 times adjustable gains. Okay, so look how absolutely gorgeous that is as the shadows pass across it. Oh my goodness. All right, are you ready? Mm-hmm. About 50% throttle. Get the tail up, there we go. Out of the flaps. By the way, if you guys weren't already intimately aware from watching that takeoff, this plane does not need flaps. 6S. 5030C Gen 2 Smart Pack we're using here. Lots of rudder mix in there, coupling to get it to do that turn in that nose forward fashion. But look how absolutely fantastic that thing is. Sounds good. And it'll do all the aerobatics you want in a nice scale kind of way. Don't be afraid to control it. It is a very controllable and very flyable plane. It is slightly windy today. I would say that we have about 5 mile an hour to 8 mile an hour gusts right now. It's a cool morning. It's about 50 degrees. It's warm, unseasonably warm for a November morning in Iowa, central Iowa. And all the way around. Oh, I got a little bit nervous there because I thought I was gonna hit my hay pile. I feel like this plane is super well suited for this environment. We're gonna have a tractor going by and this guy's gonna wanna see the plane. He wants to see it, I can tell. Absolutely, most definitely wants to see it, and he's looking. Here we go. He's watching. Here we go, let's give him a pass. Look at this, guys. Upside down, inside loop from a stall, folks. This plane will do it. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say you're on full throttle the whole time because that's just foolishness. You don't need to. But boy, have you seen a prettier plane lately? I mean, look at the way the shadows kick up on there as you go to all the different angles from the sun. Folks, I love flying it so much I don't even want to do touch and goes, but we need to do touch and goes because that's what we missed on our first one. We thought we broke a main gear, we did not. What happened was the bogies were mounted solid and there needed to be play. All right, so I'm gonna go up here and just try a couple. Well, let's try, actually, we adjusted our flaps too. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Okay, so looks like it's pulling up a lot. I almost wonder if we just need no correction on the flaps. It's very strange to have that, but I think that's what's going on. Camera crew, you wanna come up about 4 steps. I just wanna be, well, you know what? You were right, I was wrong.
Okay.
Okay, you good?
Yep.
Guys, totally uneventful.
That was great.
We can make an adjustment, no problem. Throttle cuts on, rolls to a complete stop. Sorry, 1 minute 25 left. Now, we do have telemetry in here too with the Air 637T. We got plenty of time. So let's walk out. Let's go on the flap system. What was that?
I don't know.
Sound like a mortar going off. It's one of the wonderful parts of living in the country is you never know when your neighbor's gonna blow something up. Seriously. Okay, and you know what? Let's do, instead of 2, let's just do 3. Let's just make it take longer.
Okay.
No elevator correction at all. Now, that landing was very buttery and smooth. It was not hard, okay? It was just fine, okay? I could get off here, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just go ahead and try some taxiing. I did cut the grass.
That's right.
It's a little rough there. It smooths out, but I'm with the wind. I'm not willing to crash this plane just to show. You guys can see how rough it is there. This plane will do grass, but I would not recommend planning on it because it likes a smooth surface better. And I don't want to nose it over, guys. I just don't. Okay, here we go. Takeoff flaps are not deployed. We're just doing a naked takeoff. Oh, guys, look how freaking phenomenal that was. My timer is about to go off, which is fine. I don't even care. Going around the trees and then coming back. We're gonna dip down into the shade of the house, and then right here, you guys can see it. I love the sound that the plane makes as it goes by. Let's go ahead and walk out a few. We're gonna do a pass in front of the house, same kind of line, perfect. Maybe back 2 steps toward me and you can stay out of the sun. There you go. Okay. To your right, 2 steps, please. Perfect, right there. Woo-wee! Going overhead. Oh, this guy's gonna wanna watch. You know who that is?
Yep.
He's waving.
Yeah.
So guys, we aren't sure there's really a great way to do it. But we've been working on a big project the last few months. Well, not few months. We've been working on it for about a month, about a month and a quarter. And this land, the neighbor's land over here, is not the neighbor's land anymore. I'm flying over our land right now, all the way to the road.
Mm-hmm.
So they were good neighbors. They never once built anything out there. The best kind of neighbors in the country you can have. But now we can build something over there if we want. Of course, this is the other neighbors here, where I'm flying now, and they love the planes. They have specifically granted us permission to fly. And we love being where we are, guys. It's just so nice to have a community that's not a bunch of insane people that don't like airplanes. Who would not like airplanes again? This is just an awesome plane, folks. Oh, man. Oh, it's so good. It looks so good. And it is not calm today, folks. It was dead calm our first time flying this. Okay, let's try takeoff flaps. Ooh, good.
Wow.
Low behavior. Landing flaps. Oh, man, that thing is slowed down really slow. It scares me. Okay, out of the flaps into the power. By the way, I rarely go over 50% throttle on this plane. I do get into a little bit of throttle. Did you see that flock of birds?
Yeah.
They were close.
I thought it was something like on the camera until I looked out.
I get into the power when I'm getting into a maneuver like this. It's presence.
Yeah, it does.
We haven't done a lot of fast flight for you. This is about the extent of the fast flight. But I mean, the noise it makes is just phenomenal. It sounds like some sort of a weird wind tunnel with all those braces. Oh man, it's just so beautiful. Folks, I know you guys are probably getting sick of hearing about how beautiful it is. You're like, we can see it. How does it fly? It flies really good, guys. Full landing flaps quick. We're gonna bring it in, see if we can get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look how slow look how slow I'm flying. That is nuts. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna go into safe. Okay, I'm in safe, 50%, 60% throttle, and I can just loiter with rudder. And I wanna just stay over here in the shade. 21.6, just got my first warning, folks. I just got it. I was just going to look for it. As I was scrolling, I heard the beeps. Okay, I'm out of safe. That's why it looks a little bit weird and hokey. Okay, we're gonna land it this time. You good?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I almost feel like the landing flaps, takeoff flaps going in right now. We're just gonna relax into it. Landing flaps is gonna help us get a little bit steeper approach, a little bit more power there can be applied because we have the flaps on. We get that angle of attack right where we want it. Oh man, wow. It's just so beautiful. Okay, throttle cuts on, 22.6 volts on the pack. So here's the in closing. This plane is awesome. Let's go look at the gear. We did already share our findings on the gear bogey that we thought broke.
Yep.
Well, it didn't break at all. So now that you know that, now that you know this thing flies amazing, and guys, this plane flies really good. I am super, super thrilled. Now, granted, anything that you put 36 hours into in a week, you and your wife together, you're gonna be excited about having performance out of. But what I'm gonna tell you is this: I have spent probably half that time on my next most time-intensive project. No, that's not true. The Airbus A320 lighting project, I spent like 45 hours on that thing, and then I crashed it on the Maiden after I did the lights. That thing was way too heavy then, but it was awesome. It had flashing lights. I had to build the circuits to make the lights flash. And it was just nuts. LEDs all over the place. This plane goes together easy. It just takes forever because there's a million steps.
Yep.
And look, guys, no problems. Let's flip it over. It is kind of hard to hold, so just give me a little bit of grace there, folks. See this? what we did is we resituated all these screws. Look at that. Just absolutely gorgeous. Everything's tight here. I did notice just a little bit more vibration. I felt like we could use just a hair more down on the elevator, or not on the elevator, on the motor. So the way that we did our motor, we put a nut on the shaft to get our down and right. Almost needed another washer on the top and another washer on the other top. And that would kick it down just a little bit more. But just this plane has got everything that you want. It's a biplane. If you don't like biplanes, definitely don't get this plane. But even if you aren't into biplanes, goodness gracious.
How can you not appreciate?
Yeah, if you're an
one?
aviation nut, this plane is so good. And it's also such a humongous pain in the butt to build. And yet it's not that bad.
But it's getting cold, well, at least for us.
Yeah, this
So if you're
might be a
looking
good
for
project.
A winter project, and you don't mind spending the time.
So the other thing is, you shoot it from over here, like where the sun is shining through the frame.
I know.
This is just absolutely, show them the tail. It's just absolutely gorgeous. That is just amazing. Look at that. You can see all the wing structure. And guys, we did this with CA. We did not use epoxy as requested by the manual. I would suggest that you maybe think about epoxy. It gives you a little bit longer to kind of straighten things out. The wing, there's a couple of different small issues in the build. Those little black things, like right here, they stick out of the wings. You have to ram those into the foam. You can't even see it from that angle. Right here, there you go. See those black things? We have to mount all those, okay? And those black things, there's 4 that go down and 4 that go up, and then 2 on each of the outboard sections of wing that go in, and then that's your lock points. And then there's carbon fiber spars that are huge.
There's an eagle flying over your head.
What do you mean?
He's back there
Oh.
over the trees, but he was like right over your head
Yeah,
when I
zoom
looked
in,
at
show
you.
the people. The other day, that eagle flew over me he was about 40 feet ahead of me, and I was getting ready to leave for the morning. That is so cool. We've got actually I don't know, what is a group of eagles called?
Ooh, I don't know.
It's like a brood or something? I don't know.
I think that's right.
Whatever it is, it's a group of them, a flock of them. So anyway, getting back to the point. So there are some issues that could be handled better by a more experienced pilot, or not an experienced pilot so much, but an experienced model builder. And I feel like the couple of issues we had were very easy to overcome. They weren't especially challenging. It was just more a matter of we had to come up with a way, and we're like, you know, we really don't think we should have to figure this out. It should just be printed in the manual. The manual is actually really good for like most of it. It's detailed and articulate. For a Chinese manual, it's one of the best we've seen, but it is not all-inclusive. And you're gonna find that on a lot of ARFs. Even the Hanger 9 products we've done, the manual will step by step so tediously that it's like, I just can't handle it. I'm just gonna put it together. But also the Hanger 9 does a lot more for us. Like the P-47 we just recently did, much easier build, like by a factor of 1/10 the time it took to do
Right,
this.
because so much was already done.
But this plane is so much more gorgeous. And I'm not to take anything away from the P-47, some of that comes from preference, but I'm telling you, this is not all preference. This is better. This is also more expensive. It's
bigger.
like bulkier.
Yeah.
I mean, the P-47's got about the same wingspan. Oh yeah. Oh, that is so cool. Look at that guy. Boy, they're so big.
They are. It's
Holy
amazing.
cow. When they land on the ground, they're like this big on you. It's just nuts. They go up by the fence. That's the only way you can tell how huge they are. Because they'll land, they're like bigger than vultures. And they're beefier too. The vultures just have a lot of fluff. These guys are so strong, and it's cool to watch them.
And there's a pond. People probably don't realize because you can't
There's-
see it from
well,
here,
there's a
but
number
on
of
that tree line.
ponds.
There's a couple.
Yep.
So they like the water. We have
Yeah.
the creeks around our house and stuff.
So anyway, we're gonna show you the build in a different way. We mentioned it in the first flight, so we don't wanna take anything away from the mentions we've already made. But the thing is, you can see it's windy. You can see the windsock. Thanks, Grumpy John, you're the man. The windsock is a good telltale sign of wind, But just because a windsock does this does not mean it's the same wind as the next day when it's doing this. You learn really quick when you fly radio controlled airplanes. Flags lie. Those things lie. Look at that. You would think it's crazy out here, but it's just really not. Now, yesterday, the flag's out like that, and it was insane. It was insane. There was no way we were flying. Leaves were picking up out of the grass and blowing like crazy. You can see right now, it's very laminar. It's going the same direction. It's right down the runway, which is actually great for an EDF jet if you have a jet. But one of the reasons that we ended up getting this land over here was, well, there's a bunch of reasons. But we own the land all the way to the corner now, and all the way up by where this barn is. That's our neighbor over here, is Dave's property, and he runs a dozer company, so he's a good guy. And anyway, he's got a little chunk out there in front of the road, but then we'll have all the way back to the creek, the back creek, not this one that you see in the tree line. So we have plenty of room, and our plans include, they aren't limited to, but we're gonna end up putting a manned runway over there. It's gonna be short, so it's gonna be designed for STOL aircraft. And so that's gonna get us into our next endeavor as we start transitioning into that. It's been like literally a half a decade of work. And I don't wanna say this is the culmination of it because we're not there yet, but it's taken a half a decade to get, probably by the time we're done with the runway, it'll be half a decade. So we've been working on, you know, the culmination of this runway, when this runway came together, that was a culmination of probably 10 years of work. So for those of you guys who turn on the YouTube channel and you're like, man, you're so lucky. No, we worked our butts off to get this. And to get that, we're gonna be working our butts off for 30 more years on that. So we just reset the clock on that one. But anyway, if you guys wanna do this, you can do it too. But you better be ready for hard work. And I'm talking decades of hard work. So we always like to encourage people in that. So when you watch these videos, we don't want you to take it the wrong way at all, but we're gonna put a runway over there and we're gonna share it with you guys too, which is really cool. And we're excited about it. And also the one other big thing we wanna do over here is we're gonna have the capability of getting a crosswind strip because we're limited here or here. So we have about 35 degrees of difference from the main run. The main runway is 1,220 feet. Okay, so that's actually gonna be longer than our manned runway. But the thing is, this one here, if this is, let's call it 180, 190 feet of straight, and then it drops off also. So you've got to deal with that, and then you've got tree lines and power lines. So it's a challenging strip, but we love it that way. It's cool, it makes for good videos. We got a good backdrop. So we really love all those things. But anyway, the reason we mentioned this today is just because we just closed on the land on Friday, which would have been yesterday. It's a Saturday, we're filming this. And we are really, really excited to be able to share that. It's probably not gonna make a big difference on the channel for a few months, but as we get into that, we wanted to give you guys an explanation for why we may have been a little bit distant on comments. When you do a land deal like this, it's pretty, it takes a lot of your spare time. Yeah. Yeah, and it's tense too. But we still managed to have a week with like 60 hours of production. Yeah. So a week before last. So yeah, good timing. It always seems to be busy all at the same time. But anyway, we wanted to let you know. So if you see us doing stuff over there, you'll kind of get it. And if you're not watching this video, this is kind of in the middle of a video. So the reason we do some of these announcement things in the middle is because we know the people that are watching in the middle care. And the people that are watching at the beginning probably don't. And the people that are watching at the end, they really care. So anyway, PT-17 Stearman by Dancing Wings. You get this at BitGo Hobby. We love this plane. It is absolutely everything it could be and more. I thought it was going to be one of these where we build it and then it's absolutely terrible to fly. But it has been the exact opposite. It flies better than I expected it would. It'll do all the maneuvering you want. The 80 amp power supply, the battery doesn't even get hot. There's really no issues with the power system. If you want to kick it up a notch, get yourself an Avian ESC, swap it out for the 80, then you can do thrust reverse. But to be perfectly frank, I don't even think you need it. I could see a little bit less aggressive pitch on the prop would actually get you some better flight performance in the slow realm. But I can tell you this thing gets out of the hole quick, it gets in the air quick, it puts down light. So it does things that you would expect a biplane to do, but it also does it in extreme style. I mean, it's one of the best looking planes I have, and we have lots of planes, hundreds of planes. So very glad that you guys are here with us to share this experience. We hope that you'll pick one up. I mean, look how gorgeous this thing is. It's phenomenal. So we'll have the link in the video description below as always. Buy it from the link. You help support our channel financially. You help to fund big, huge, gigantic, expensive projects like what's gonna be happening in the next couple of years. And then also, it helps us to keep bringing content free to you guys. And when I say free, I realize there's ads from YouTube, and you know, we make a small amount of money on that. But the real funding comes from support from buying these planes, buying the batteries, radios, transmitters, all that stuff. So if you're gonna hear a commercial, let's just get real. Do you wanna hear a commercial about an airplane that you love, or a commercial about some stupid video game that wants to support us financially? We actually have to make those decisions as we grow, and we're choosing to make the decision to bring stuff to you that you wanna hear about, and we're trying to kind of minimize the stuff you don't wanna hear about. Not that we don't love the sponsors that we've worked with, you know, like Into the AM t-shirts, and you know, RTL Fasteners is a little bit off the beaten path, but it still supports us. In fact, we used RTL Fasteners on this
several times.
And you know, let's be frank, guys, the support we get from these small offshoots, it's not very big, okay? Where we really get our support that helps fund the channel, really, is from selling these planes. And that's what you guys want anyway, so I don't know why you would do it any other way. Unless you're maybe overseas, it's very expensive to ship or something like this, in which case we threw out Patreon and PayPal. And we want to throw out a big, huge thanks to our patrons. And obviously, we've got a handful of people that have supported us on PayPal too, which is super, super nice. There's like almost no fees. The money goes straight to us. It's really nice. We really appreciate that. It does keep us cooking. And also, in talking about money, we just want you guys to understand that when we do this channel, we know everybody is in a different situation all the time. You might be in a great situation this week, and next week you lose your job. You know, we get that. We are totally with you. We've been in those situations before. We know what it's like. It sucks. And, you know, maybe you just got a big promotion. Who knows? We really don't know. So we're trying to speak to you guys generically in a way that doesn't undercut your successes or failures. You know, we know what it's like to go through real life. We have 4 kids. So it's sometimes it's harder than other times. So anyway, but just keep working hard. You'll get where you want to go if you're just aiming in the right direction. So this plane is awesome. Speaking of aiming in the right direction, you might want to aim yourself at the link in the video description below. Don't forget to give us a like and subscribe if you haven't already. We know you guys, most of you that are watching this part of the video have already liked and subscribed to everything we do. So we really appreciate that. And obviously stay tuned. We're gonna do the build. It's a little bit different this time. It's gonna be time lapse because even our time lapse is longer than most people's videos. Yep. So enjoy that. If you have questions, which will probably come up, remember, I'm not gonna be able to go and measure things for people, okay? We physically don't have enough time to do that. Even though we really love you guys, we just can't do that. If I have 50 people a week that ask me to do a 5-minute project, just do the math. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that if it was 5 of you, then that's absolutely no problem, and I do a lot of that anyway. But the thing is, if there's 50 people that ask for a 5-minute project, that's a lot of time. And I'm trying to like answer everybody's comments and stuff. So please understand, we really do care about you guys. We want to try to help you in your pursuits. But if it's like, hey, what's the CG on this plane? You know, I'm just gonna have to try to direct you to the video or to the manual, because I can't remember this stuff. There's too many planes. No. And that's why we film it, because I can't remember stuff, so I put it on a video. Anyway, this plane is awesome. It is absolutely fantastic, gorgeous. Let's show them the battery real quick, because I don't remember if we really talked about that much. The one thing about this plane that's kind of annoying too is you have to take this off from the front because the canopy gets in the way. Okay, and show them where we've got the battery. We do talk about it a little bit when we're doing the CG testing. We found that this thing was just smack dab in the middle of the CG, and if you ride that battery, that's a 5006S 30C Gen, or excuse me, I lied, guys, and I didn't mean to lie. I just realized it. That's a 50C.
Yep, they're reading it. It's right there.
The reason that we did 50C was because the manual suggested 40 to 50C. Or was it 40? It was 30 to 40C. Yeah, something like that. I don't think this thing needs a 50C at all. But in our case, the extra weight probably didn't hurt. And to be honest, this plane could handle a humongo battery pack. Like you could probably put 2 of those in there because it can handle it. The wing loading is so low on this plane. So if in where we mounted the receiver would have to adjust. You'd probably want to put it on the side or something. But just keep in mind, you could probably put a 7,000 in there, no problem. I did use my own strap because I didn't like the provided straps. They just had 2 naked straps that are about this long. I did the same thing on the P-47 we just did the other day. Battery straps drive me nuts when they don't work well. It's just a pet peeve of mine. And I knew this plane was gonna be one we're gonna be keeping for a while. So anyway, super thrilled that we didn't break it on the first flight. Buy one for yourself. We really wanna thank you guys for being part of our channel, for helping us to grow this into something that's, you know, productive enough to actually need support. And we wanna just help encourage you to get out there and fly. We're getting close to winter here in central Iowa. So we know like you guys in California are gonna have, you know, like 10 degrees cooler, so cry me a river.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna be clearing snow 8 inches thick here probably later this month. Ugh. So anyway, for those of you in the deserts in Arizona, and those of you in Canada that already have 6 feet of snow, everybody's in a different spot, but don't get bummed. Order stuff early if you want it. If it's back ordered, order it anyway, because they're probably gonna raise the price. These are points of interest that everybody has on their mind, and we are getting confirmation from the people we work with that the information we're sharing is correct. Order it now, order it often. Don't wait, back order it if you have to. Get your order placed, and that way you get your spot in line, and you also protect the price that you ordered it at. You're dealing with reputable companies if you're dealing with the companies that we recommend, and so those people will back you up. That being said, been very happy with BitGo. They've been great to work with. I got really nothing bad to say about them. They've been great. So, I mean, they sold us a lot of, or we did a lot of dynoms for them, but that wasn't their fault. You also notice they're getting a little bit thinner there. So anyway, guys, I'm not gonna get into that ball of wax right now. Stay tuned, build up next. YouTube, guess what? Oh, I'm gonna get it up here. Look at this dainty little box. You already know what it is. You've seen us fly it already, as we have started doing that years ago, actually. And I'm super excited for this plane. This is a Dancing Wings PT-17, and I'm actually really excited for this one because I love the PT-17. It's just one of these planes that, for whatever reason, 5 years ago I would have said super lame, but now I have this like different appreciation for different planes, and this thing is balsa wood, so I'm so excited. Balsa wood planes tend to hold up a little bit better. They're a little bit lighter, and so they are a little bit more efficient with their flying performance. But also they're quite a bit more expensive and a little bit more fragile on, they're less forgiving, let's say it that way. So that being said, you can also fix them back to 100% too, unlike a foam plane where once you damage it, there are certain things you can do that prevent it being completely fixed, short of replacing the parts.
Can I help you?
Probably not, it's just awkward. I'm just trying to be gentle with it. I don't know how it's gonna come out of here.
Yeah.
Is that just well, I thought it was gonna be multiple boxes. It's actually just an interior box, see?
Oh.
Oh, okay, well that's weird. We haven't done a Dancing Wings plane yet, so we're actually very excited about this. Obviously you can get yours from BitGo Hobby. BitGo Hobby, links in the video description below. We've been working with them for a few years, and they have been super responsive to our concerns. And we really, oh, is there a picture?
There is a little picture on the
Oh
side.
yeah, that thing looks so nice. Oh, I bet it's gonna suck bad to put those things on.
It's always my favorite part.
But look, they have like oleos. Oh, I'm so excited for this. This plane is gonna be good, guys. When you can, and this is a reasonably big plane too. So I mean, you can tell it's a heavy box.
Yeah.
Which sometimes that's really scary. Oh man, that looks good. Oh, hold on, I can't even wait. Look at this. Oh ooh, yeah, cool. That is absolutely. Is that a BK? I don't think that stands for Burger King.
Probably not.
Look at how beautiful that is though, seriously. Oh yes, 15.7 prop made of actual wood. That's gonna sound so good in the air. Look how nice that is. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at that. Okay, sorry. Getting them very ahead of myself. Okay, so the packaging on these, we haven't established if it's good or not, but I'm just gonna show you right now.
That's
very carefully.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I wanna be careful how I unpackage this because it's more delicate than a foam plane in some regards. Okay. They're showing that as an ARF, but this is a plug and fly. Holy cow.
Whoa.
Feel it.
Those are some big gear. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Okay. We're getting into the real stuff here. See, that's the thing, guys. We do a lot of reviews on this channel, and we try to give you the whole echelon. You know, we go from little planes like this that, you know, and most people in the hobby kind of appreciate what I'm saying when I say this, but this is a fun plane, but it's a throwaway plane. You're gonna fly it for a few months, you're gonna enjoy it like crazy, and then it's gonna get broken, you're just gonna throw it away.
Are you gonna start throwing away your planes?
No, never, okay. Sorry. You will, I won't. I'll keep them forever. Forever.
Yes, and ever.
And ever. Mm-hmm. But then you get into the middle echelon where you've got planes that you can get several years out of. You can really put a little bit of money and time into them, and they're very fun, and they're a little bit more robust, but they still don't last forever no matter how good you are. Because foam just, oh wow, that is so cool. Does that, oh, it does actually move. That is really stiff though. You might wanna, could you work that for me while I hold it?
Sure.
Just kidding. But you might actually want to work those a few times because that's a little stiff. Yeah. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of spring tension. I think there's probably just a touch too much, but that is so cool. Okay, and it's screw in, so you just put it in like a bolt. Then this, of course, is the tail dragger assembly, and that's very heavy duty. I'm really excited about this. I'm gonna keep all the plastic over here because I'm curious how much of it is in here. This different type of packaging too, because we got bubble wrap. Oh, I just saw something so cool. Look at this. Do you see this right here? Look at the instrument cluster.
Is that? Oh, cool.
That is so cool. Hold on a second. We're gonna take a second and rip this out. I don't know how I like this packaging so far. It's a real pain to film, but I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal if you weren't filming.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That is so cool. Oh man. All right, hold on, let's take this thing out. Guys, I'm loving this. That is beautiful. It looks just like a reel.
That's super cool.
That is so cool. And they have the correct words and everything. Solo, rear cockpit only. Avoid continuous operation between 1500 RPMs and 1650 RPMs. That must be real from a real plane. I don't know what the specs are on a real plane. Okay, so these are components that are going to be wing joiners and some different spars, very heavy duty. If you look inside of here, noticing a little discoloration. I think it's the plastic. I hope it's the plastic. That'd be a bummer if it was on the finished goods. Let's pull this out. Guys, this will be a little bit more exhaustive than some of our builds, which I know it sounds almost impossible since you've seen our other builds. But when we start with a new line, we want to be a little bit more attention to detail. So that's painted. No, it's wrapped. It's wrapped. It's a wrap. This is aluminum, okay? Feel how, like, that's strong. Okay. This is gonna be crazy. All right, I'm sorry, I can't handle it anymore. I'm cutting it. I was trying to save the sack, you know?
I know you were. I'm sorry.
So disappointed.
You know. Yeah, the discoloration was definitely on the.
It was on the bag.
Plastic. Yep.
So these are wood. These are spray painted. Okay. So good finish, but on the edges of the plywood, you're gonna get a little bit of soaking. Mm-hmm. See, like that. And then like this. Oh man, this is some high quality stuff, folks. This is definitely not a foamy. And again, I'm not trying to beat up foamies. You know that's what I do. So I love foamies just like the rest of you. These look like they're jigs, but I can't tell. Oh, no. No, that's the canopy. That's the canopy. It's plastic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought it was just a jig, but this gets screwed in. Screw, screw, screw.
Cool.
Yeah, so real simple setup. What's this? Oh yes, look at those decals.
Are they vinyl?
Yeah, they look like they're vinyl.
Yep.
That's super cool. Whoa, okay. Yeah, that's vinyl, but it's like a thin vinyl,
Yeah.
which is good because it'll be light. Okay, so we got more there. What's this? Oh, it's the stars.
Yep.
Okay, so it comes with 2 of those. Those are a thick printed vinyl, okay? So very high quality. Everything so far, super, super high quality. And then just digging a little deeper, and we'll just take this out of the box as it more or less it comes out of the box. That is, I can't tell if it's carbon fiber. I think it is, but I don't know for a fact. It could be fiberglass. It's sometimes a little bit hard to tell the difference when they use black for the color. This is gonna wanna plop out funny, so I'm gonna be careful how I do it. I can't tell if that's carbon fiber or not. I think it might be carbon fiber, but it might be, look at the end. This is usually where I tell, is by the, it feels pretty light, but I honestly can't tell if this is fiberglass or carbon fiber. Fiberglass, of course, would be cheaper than carbon fiber, but it's generally a little bit heavier. That's fiberglass. No, that's got that twing to it. That could be carbon fiber. I don't know. I'm just going to say carbon fiber, guys. I don't mean to mislead. It is what it is. So whatever material it is, it's that color.
That's what it is.
Okay, so let's get into this bag. I forgot to pull that stuff out. Okay, so this is going to go around. It's like a squishy weather strip from a doorway, and that's going to go around where the pilot would sit. And then here's the metal to go between all the connection points on the wings. That's going to be terrible, like I expected, probably. And then got Velcro straps. Looks like high quality stuff. Some wood blocks and some wood backers. Steel joiners, it looks like. No, that's carbon fiber, probably. Yeah, those are carbon fiber. They're going to go between that. Another wing spar. That's got to be carbon fiber, hon. Looks like some control arms, clevis sort of things. We've got a couple of servo linkages, big heavy duty metal. That's going to be for the elevator. That looks like a motor mount. Looks like a servo mount. Tons of little screws. Don't know what that's for. We'll figure it out shortly. And then there's a servo mount. It might be an optional servo, not sure.
That's
servo linkages. Lots of little pieces. That's going to get crimped on each of the things. Holy cow. That's a lot of hardware. Oh my goodness. Look at this right here. Little pieces. Okay, so the camera crew is...
I was going to say, when does the camera crew mutiny?
Oh no.
Is there more? Oh my gosh. Pause. Program. No. Okay. What? Oh, that's servos.
That's servos. Wow. So when they say plug and fly, they mean it's not plug and fly at all. This is an ARF, and they send you the stuff. Okay, guys, I want you to understand something. An ARF takes time, and a plug and fly does not take near as long. It takes a long time, but it doesn't take nearly this long. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here's servos. These are Metal Gear servos.
They're big.
They're big, which is pretty obvious because it's a big plane. But look at this. They aren't marked. Come on, guys, mark them. I don't know what the servos are. Just says made in China, which is like kind of obvious. Okay, so how many servos do we have here?
Well, don't open them all up, though. You're gonna lose your sacks.
No, I'm gonna put my sacks in a pile over here.
Okay.
Okay, whatever these things are. I honestly don't know what they are. That's gonna go inside the fuse, I would imagine. Like some sort of a guide, maybe. Oh, it's a motor mount shims. Okay, so this is the motor. Oh, that is huge.
It's really pretty.
Yeah, it is. MC4220. That's a 410 kV brushless, Power X brushless motor. Very nice big motor mount. Obviously 3 leads. Hold on. I'm hearing something. I want to make sure it's, oh, it's this thing. That thing was loose. I wanted to make sure there wasn't something else loose. Okay, then it comes with a ZTW. What? Does that say?
Beetles?
Beetles?
It's the best ESC so far in China.
Oh, it's the best one so far, huh? Okay, well, that's fine with me. You can make that truth claim here on this channel. We will test it. Okay, so let's cut this open. Let's just look at what it is. Okay, so that's obviously just a, wow, that's a pretty big ESC. Okay, so it's 80 amp S-back. So the S-back is a switching BEC, switching battery eliminator circuit. And it looks like it's 2 through 6 LiPo. Okay, good. Then the output to the motors, they do mesh up, which is good. And we have an EC5 connection, which is good. That will go just fine with our IC5 connection. And that's what we're gonna be using. And then a single servo lead. So that's always good. And it looks like we have 2 more servos of the same size. So we have 4 total servos and the ESC. Then we have a handful of screws. I don't know what the 3 screws are for.
Motor count? No.
Okay, so here's the information about the receiver ESC. Just looking at their recommendations, it's like they showed another plug, but I don't see another plug. 3 capacitors on this, that's usually good. They didn't say what the voltage is on the BEC though, which is weird. I wonder what the BEC provides for voltage. The battery eliminator circuit's what runs your receiver, and of course in turn runs your servos. Okay, so we'll just keep this laid out. And then we have a bag, or we have 2 extension cords and 1 Y cable. So 1 servo signal splitter. Why 3 screws though? That seems so strange to me. Not sure what that is. Okay, anyway, so continuing onward, we've got, just to show you, we're kind of collecting a stack of garbage and stuff here. It's always good to have an idea of what you're getting into with a model, and holy cow, this is gonna be a lot of pieces. A lot of pieces. I think my camera crew may mutiny on this thing. All right. She's
You don't even have any plane parts out
She's
yet.
giving me looks. She's giving me looks like you may want to choose your words carefully. Okay? Listen, at the end of the project, it's going to be a good plane. That's the difference between this and other models that rhyme with rhinum.
I understand that. Holy bucket.
That's a decorative motor. That is really cool.
That's very cool.
Let's check this out. So just to give you an idea, when you build a balsa wood plane from scratch, add like 2 months to this. And that's the time frame, the time commitment you're talking about. Holy cow, that's so much work to assemble this thing. Been nice to see that a little bit more better trimmed. Okay, so that's your simulated engine, which is pretty cool. Of course, you can put a real engine on this. You should be able to put a gasser on it if you want. All right, so the fuse is coming out soon, I promise. I'm just trying to get things out in order so I don't damage anything. And there's stuff taped to all the sides, so I have to be kind of careful how I pull it out. Packaging seems to be just fine. These are the wheel pants. Pants and pants brackets. Tail wheel. See this right there? That's what that is. Wow, that feels super strong. See that? See how that works? It's gonna go like that, and it's gonna go around. Ow. I just kicked one of our stupid things. So this is gonna go up through here like this, okay? So then this will go up on the plane. So that's pretty cool. I mean, all this stuff, the fit and finish so far has been really good, but you know, that's yet to be determined by how I put it together.
Right.
So it's something to keep in mind with an ARF, which let's just call this what it is. This is an ARF. It is not a plug and fly. So if you're reading online and it's saying plug and fly, that's not what this is. This is an ARF. Make no mistake, almost ready to fly means not really even close to ready to fly. Plug and fly means that you plug in a receiver and after some minor assembly, it's ready to fly. Okay, so the fuse is coming out, but I got some tape to kind of dislodge. We haven't seen any damage yet, which is really good. Okay, this is the plane.
Wow.
See how heavy it is.
Don't drop it.
It's like nothing.
Oh my gosh.
It's so cool.
So light.
Okay, so let's see how this comes apart. Gosh, there's the attention to detail on this plane so far has been very good in packing because everything is very well protected. And that is very important when you're spending this kind of money on a plane. You want it to show up undamaged. Oh, that is so pretty. Oh my goodness. See, okay. Look how nice that looks. Look at the lines. See the balsa wood? You can see it underneath the finish. Look inside.
Yeah.
So that's why it
really
says
cool.
almost ready to fly. Like almost ready to fly compared to cutting down a balsa wood tree and starting from there. Carbon fiber tray down there. That is so cool. That is so cool. This is beautiful. Really, really, really beautiful. Love the finish. And then of course, you know, like things like this where your landing gear are gonna go in. They're gonna screw in. Something like this. And if I pick the right side, you know, getting it to line up like that, that is not a mistake. That is very hard because that threads in. So if you thread it in and it's not right, it's gonna be like pointed sideways. So very excited. I wanna see how that landing gear box is built. You see this? There's double thickness here. Oh man, that is just so cool. And then look, carbon fiber tube. That's definitely carbon fiber now that I've seen the rest of this. Definitely carbon fiber. Okay, so continuing onward. I know this unbox is taking forever, partly because there's 4 trillion parts. The camera crew is giving me looks still. The looks of you know, you'll be lucky to make it through today. So I gotta be very careful how this goes. See this? Okay. So we're gonna slip this out. Oh, that's weird. So there's not even a bottom half. Okay, so we're just gonna lay this out of the way and continue.
Is that one empty now? The big
The big one's empty now. The unboxing process is definitely pretty involved on this plane. Goodness gracious.
But so far, like you said,
nothing's been damaged.
No damage yet, so.
Give it time. Give it time. You might want to do it with a pair of scissors too, so you can cut the tape. Some more wing struts. I believe that's what this is. Is that wing struts?
I don't know. I thought these were the wing struts.
Well, what the heck is this?
I don't know.
It's a jig? I'm looking at the box. Can you tell from looking at the box?
I cannot.
I can't either. What the heck is this thing? Is this a plane stand?
Is it some way that the halves of the wings connect together?
No, it's a spacer. It's a spacer. What?
What?
That is so weird. Why would they give us a spacer? I'm not sure what to think of that. But there's rubber on this, on both sides.
It's like
really
nice.
high quality.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is. I should know what it is because that's what's going between the wings.
Right.
Yeah, that's totally what's going between the wings. I'm not sure, unless it's a saddle for top and bottom and you space the wings apart and then you can use it to, because remember, all this stuff gets held together by that metal,
Yeah, and then the little metal
cable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got right here. Oh man, that looks so good. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, so. See how it doesn't move? You see those things? Look close. Mm-hmm. Those things? Mm-hmm. Those are hinges. These are locked in that position right now. And we're gonna have to turn those. And I just wanna satisfy my curiosity real quick on this one step. We're not gonna obviously start the build process until we get this all out. But if I take a pair of needle nose pliers, these things should spin. Yeah, they spin. So when you get yours, you'll have to spin these to square them up.
Oh, and
Okay?
then
they'll wiggle. So I'm not even gonna continue that. I just wanted to see if they were glued. So I don't know if those things are gonna be a pressure fit initially, or if they're actually not glued at all, and I'll have to pull this out. But look at this. This is all hollow. So give them a shot down the side so they can see the reflection.
Mm-hmm. You can see the
so this is all hollow, guys. So it's truly covered and it's film. And if you get a pocket like this, it's not tight, you can correct that with some heat, okay? So when I say heat, I mean if you were to take a, like an actual true heat gun, you could take that out in about 2 seconds. You might even be able to do it with a hairdryer if it's really minimal like that. But you guys are into the upper echelon of planes. At this point, you start getting into planes that have, see all the hinges, same exact thing. This is so light too, feel it. There's like nothing to it.
It's so crazy.
Which is so cool. And then it behaves more like a real plane. So of course there's a wing joiner for these. They look symmetrical. I can't tell that there's a difference. There may be a difference, and we'll have to be very careful about that. Okay, so continuing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Are those labeled? They are.
They are?
It says like 14, I think, or 16 or something over here.
Oh, it says 14. I think that's the quality control person that went over it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not super worried. You're saying don't open them until you know?
I'm just wondering if it matters.
I don't think it's going to be an issue. This is the middle wing, the top middle wing section. And if you, oh my goodness, I love this color.
Yeah.
I kind of wish this was the yellow livery. Feel how tight that is.
The covering looks really nice.
It looks amazing.
It's like super good.
I mean, it's very, very nice. And just everything inside looks so cool. Give them a shot through that. That is just so cool. Seeing all those spars. Mm-hmm. Just like a real plane. I mean, it's so cool. And the other thing is you're looking at real quality materials too, which is something that, you know, sometimes we kind of tolerate materials that aren't really anything special like foam. And I'm not trying to beat up foam, like I said earlier. I love foam planes. We got foam planes all over this place. But this is the type of plane you're gonna put it together and it will sit there and it will age exactly like it looks. There'll be no deterioration. You might get a little bit of sagging on the film, the covering film, and you can actually take that out years later too with a heat gun. But this says 14 too, so it's gotta be the quality assurance inspector.
And I noticed it says 14 like on the balsa on the end of that one or something, so.
Okay. But just looking at the fit and finish, look how tight that edge is. Guys, I've built planes before from scratch, and that is not easy to do. That looks so good. Oh my goodness. I love it. It is just so gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Feel how light it is. It's just bizarre.
Yeah.
It's so cool. So we'll continue onward. It's gonna be really striking in the sky, I can say that for sure. And we're almost to the bottom of the package. So we're up to like, what, like 400 pieces?
Yeah, maybe.
The piece count on this plane is high. You're welcome, camera crew.
That's not the right word.
So, okay, from a perspective of the Brian Phillips RC, you know, brand on YouTube, if you want to call it that, this video might even be a little bit long.
I don't even know what that means anymore.
Long videos? Oh my goodness. That is just absolutely glorious. It's such good, straight, flat wings. And then I just love the way that it looks. It's gonna sound so cool going through the air. That is the top wing, and this is the bottom wing. How do you tell the difference, Cam Crew?
Because the bottom wing has the aileron.
Yep, has the ailerons. Okay.
It also has a black stripe on it.
And then this is gonna go in between the two wings, like so. Gotta push it down just a little bit. It's wanting to fall off the counter. Okay, so there you go. So there you have it. That's big. That's gonna be a big plane.
Big plane.
Look how huge it is. Oh my goodness. Whoa, I guess that comes off. So don't grab by that thing. Okay, couple of tabs here. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely gorgeous. I missed that earlier. Man, that is so cool. You guys see this? I don't know if you see this. That's gonna be out further like this. A square carbon fiber tube to join the, I believe that's the elevator push rod. It's gonna be a big plane. So without further ado, I think what we need to do, magnetically attached, 1, 2, 3, 4 magnets, pretty strong. Oh man, it just looks so good. Everything fits so nice. Okay, this is a lot of pieces. So what we're gonna do is we are going to clean up our mess a little bit, and we're gonna just peruse the manual for a few minutes and then come right back. But guys, before you go anywhere, if we end up splitting this video up into a few, I want you to check for the video description below. Look at the links below. The way you can help support us for doing these lengthy videos is to click on the link for this plane, buy one for yourself. If you don't like this plane, you can see a number of other planes below. And we really appreciate you being here, part of our family in the Brian Phillips RC community. And also we have Patreon and PayPal. So that's how you can support us financially if you want to. But obviously watching, liking, subscribing is the easiest way right now you can do, and you're already doing. So we appreciate that. This video might be super long, so I'm wondering if we're gonna break it up, but either way, we end up doing it. We appreciate you being here with us. Support the people that send us these planes for evaluation by buying from those links, and that helps us to build clout with them. And then you can see more content here on Brian Phillips RC, and we try to do our best to be completely unbiased, and we try to frame our reviews in such a perspective that you understand that when we review this, we don't just love it because it's the latest plane that we've done, although there's a certain amount of that that's kind of hard to get around. We want it to be in comparison to an entire plethora of other aircraft that we have flown, built, crashed, repaired, etc. And then you guys can use our experience, which is maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less than yours, and you can gauge whether or not you want to buy this plane. So we want you guys to use this for information purposes, but also to enjoy watching us do it. And maybe you can laugh a little bit as we screw things up. So stay tuned, more to come. Brian Phillips here. All right, YouTube. So after some discussion with the camera crew, this plane, this Dancing Wings PT-17, the Stearman PT-17, is probably a little bit too involved to do an entire build video, just because it's gonna be way too long. And so I know some of you guys are gonna be disappointed in that, and I'm sorry that you are. The reality is the people that are gonna be building this plane are gonna be more experienced, and probably more experienced than I. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna try to set up a tripod and do a bit of a time lapse. And what we'll try to do is stop if we run into weird situations that we can't figure out. The instruction manual is quite descriptive. Let's just take a quick second and go through that together. Looking at instructions together, I know many of you guys are like, we're men, we don't look at instructions. Well, some of you aren't men and you do look at instructions. But then secondarily, this is a complicated enough build that you really kind of need to look at instructions on this one, okay? So they talk about what you need. I'm gonna be using a drill, an X-Acto knife. I don't even know that I have a square like this, but we'll figure something out. Obviously, Phillips screwdrivers, we'll have a few of those. Looks like they have a Torx bit there too, and then a ruler. This is Scotch weld. I don't even know what the heck that is. But we're gonna be using some glue for certain things. We're gonna be using epoxy for other things. We're gonna be using lubricant on these. We're gonna use epoxy. There's a lot of different things you're gonna be using. Also thread lock. So there's just a lot of steps. And there's also drilling of holes to assemble some of these items together. So I want you guys to understand that this is an involved process, and you're taking video so they can see kind of what we're talking about. But it's a very good instruction manual. It's full color, it's on a glossy finish. It's very high quality. They give lots of English statements. Like for instance, insert the connecting steel wire into the pre-cut slot of elevator. Then check the two-piece rudder surfaces are straight and flat or not. That would be elevator. If not, you can draw the steel wire and adjust it until the rudder surface keeps flat and straight, meaning you want these two things to lie flat. Okay, so these are all gonna come apart. Okay, see how they're pulling apart? So you don't have to twist it like I showed, okay? Then once you get these things apart, you're gonna be able to pivot them, glue them, whatever it is you need to do, you can pull them out. The key is that you can pull them out, okay? So then this is your finger hinge. And the reason you lubricate them is because once you've lubricated them, that lubricant displaces the epoxy getting otherwise onto that joint, okay? So this plane is gonna take some time to build, but I can't stress this enough. Good planes do take a little bit of time to build. Some other planes take a lot of time to build and they still suck at the end. So my hope is that with the time investment on this plane, it's not gonna suck at the end. I don't see how it could, it's so nice. We will stop when we're done building and we'll show the full radio setup. I don't remember what size battery they recommended, but I'm assuming we'll be doing a 5006S. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not 100% certain on this. This is kind of what we envision. We've got the NX8, we've got 3 different receivers. Obviously, we have the provided electronics that came with the plane. I'm gonna be using the 631, the 637T, or the AR8360T. The 8360T is major overkill on this, so we probably won't be using that. I would like the nominal battery telemetry, which is gonna do what we want with the AR637T, because we'll be able to tap the main power line. We can set up voltage alarms and things of the nature doing that. So we'll show that full process. We can do flap-arounds on this plane. They may not be necessary, but I have flown and I have built and flown planes in this size class with flap-arounds, and they do work because they are a full wing length. Even though it's outboard on the aileron, it's also inboard too. Now there's a section that's not gonna go down and deploy, but that's fine. I think flap-arounds on this plane will be plenty fine. So you actually do the AR631 if you don't care about the telemetry feedback on the nominal voltage of your pack. Or alternatively, if you're gonna swap out this for an Avian ESC, which actually might be pretty cool. If we put an Avian ESC in this, along with the 631, we would get per cell voltages and all that. So that's something that's a little bit thought-provoking to me. This is an 80 amp ESC, keep in mind, so that's a pretty expensive ESC if you're gonna go with an Avian. And I don't think we're gonna need the thrust reverse, but the thrust reverse would slow it down quicker. I think what we're gonna do is we'll stick with stock stuff for now, and then if we decide that there's any issues with it, we can go back and switch it out and then add that feature. But we'll probably go with the AR637T on this. It's a high quality plane, so I wanna have a high quality receiver. So anyway, getting back to the point, the things that we have sitting out over here are actually wing spacers like I thought they were. You rubber band them onto the wings and that helps hold everything in place. There's just a lot of complicated steps. They're not complicated steps, it's just that there's a lot of very specific steps. The reason I read you the instructions on that were because many times on these Chinese instructions, they are very, very broken English. So you see this? They show exactly how to do that. And I'm getting a bit of a glare, so I'm gonna fold this. A1 to A2, 2 wiring. B1 to B2, 2 wiring. So meaning the wire goes up and comes back and it gets hooked and it goes right back to itself. C1 to C2 to C3 to C4 to C5. See how that works? So it goes up, over, it goes up, over, back, down. It's just, this is gonna be complicated build, guys. So this is definitely not a beginner plane. Even if the thing flies fantastically, it is not a beginner plane. Not even close, okay? So don't even waste your time thinking about it if you're a beginner. It's a beautiful plane, and if you wanna learn to build planes, that's fine, but don't learn with this one. Learn with a simpler plane, okay? There's your rubber strip goes in there, and then you put on the motor. And those 3 screws that came in that bag we couldn't figure out, that goes with the motor. And I'm hoping that I can take off some of this stuff here by just rubbing it off of there. See? So I mean, there's just a lot going on this plane, and I want it to be good when it's done. I don't want it to be anything other than pretty much perfect, because this plane's gonna be beautiful when it's done. They talk about the CG, 100 to 110, that's appropriate, a 10 millimeter differential there. And yes, this plane can receive, I don't want to forget, it can use a gas engine. So they give you 2 different recommendations here. And yes, you can buy this as an ARF. They talk about the throws on the controls. They talk about the setup on the receiver. Okay? So the reason we go through this entire book, which we almost never do that, is because this is so close to an ARF, a true ARF model. We're gonna be building it in a different way. We're not gonna share every step because it's gonna be too tedious for us and for you. So we'll set up the tripod, we'll let you watch from a 10,000 foot view, and you can kind of see what's going on. If we run into problems, we might film the specific steps, like where we're actually chasing wires through the wings. Maybe we'll get one side done and then we'll share the second one so we can kind of work through the bugs and then show you exactly how to do it. But otherwise, this is gonna be a detailed process, and I think our video is already long enough as it is. So we'll do the full radio setup when we come back. And if you guys have questions, leave them in the comments below. We'll do our best, but keep in mind, this is still a relatively new thing for me too. I have worked with my grandpa, who's now passed away. He used to build planes. I would help him put electronics in them, and then we would fly them together. And it was really cool. And we got to share that for a few years, which is awesome, before he passed away. But the thing is, this is the type of plane that it gets into areas of expertise that I have zero expertise in. So it's just like I'm just following the instruction manual. So, and for many of you, that's gonna be true too. So don't feel bad. There's always a first time for everything when it comes to this sort of stuff. But if you have experience building balsa wood airplanes, you're gonna have an easier time with this plane, I guarantee it. And there's a lot of creative ways to do things, and more than one way to skin a cat. And you will find out when you get into the balsa wood planes that sometimes the way that they do things is very weird. And you may not even like it, and go ahead and change that if you don't like it. But if you follow the instructions here to a T, you should end up with a well-built plane that will be flight worthy. So I'm super excited. This thing is gonna be absolutely gorgeous. Thanks for watching, guys. Look in the video description below. You can buy these planes for yourself, get them ordered. If you want it, buy it now, don't wait, because everything is gonna be short on stock. You're probably looking at this now. It's probably already back ordered, who knows? But the point is, if you want this plane, follow the link below. You'll be helping to support our channel, our relationship with the vendors that send us these things to review. And then also, of course, we get a small financial commission, and that helps to fund this whole operation. So we appreciate it. Stay tuned. All right, YouTube, so we're back. We were doing time lapse for how many hours yesterday?
6.
About 6 hours, 7 hours, and we did about an hour off camera for the second aileron. We have those ailerons done. We have the tail glued on. We have the rudder hinge installed. We have this little cowling installed on the bottom, and the tail dragger assembly down, elevator attached, hooked up and hinged. And basically we ran into a little bit of trouble getting this instrument cluster in, which by the way is absolutely gorgeous. And I don't know if you guys have seen that yet, but we kind of did that off camera. That thing is absolutely phenomenal. It is so beautiful, but it's very challenging to get in there. So I'm just gonna warn you, when you go to do it, you kind of have to lay it in here sideways, and then you just kind of have to work it. It's very challenging. It took us like a good 30 minutes to get that thing in there. And now it's in there with pressure, and I'm gonna glue it with CA after I get it. Everything else around it done. I just couldn't wait because I was trying to clear stuff off the counter. As you can see, this is a big mess. This plane has taken a lot of steps because it's basically an ARF that comes with all the stuff you need. Or you can get it as an ARF too. Okay, so the other big thing we ran into, and I'm gonna try to show you guys this. This XBC battery checker is awesome. If you guys don't already have one, you should be thinking about getting one. I'm in the 1520, I think that's microseconds. And as I adjust, you can see both of them move, that's normal. But then eventually you get to a spot where you bind, and you have to be aware of that. Like it says 68 milliamps, then it says 68, then it says 68, then it says 68. And you'll get to a point where it doesn't have any load on it, and it's gonna tell you where you're not bound anymore. And it's really, really nice because you can sit there and see, you can see if you're actually binding this mechanically or not based on how much load is on that servo. So it's really cool to be able to see that. It's also nice because you can kind of approximate where your range is gonna be. Especially if we set this plane up to have flaperons, and then of course I'm gonna center them and then disconnect this so it's just stay still. We used our Y cable that was provided and the cable extension here, okay? So one thing I also ran into while we were doing this is that I didn't push in my hinges quite as far as I probably should have. Now that's okay because we have really good clearance, and I think that the plane is gonna work fine, but where you're really gonna run into problems is right on this part here, and I'll just show you what I ran into. And this is just in closing from this part of the build. This clearance here was tight, and we tried to show it in the video and time lapse, but it was just so fast that you really couldn't see. I actually pushed with my thumb and just compressed this material because it's soft balsa. And I did the same thing here. And really what happened is I had to open up my hinge right here. I had to open up to make this gap and this gap both work. As a result, I would have had to have a big gap here. And so we finagled it and dry fit it, and we ultimately had to drill a hole to open up the spar location. That was the only fit issue we've had so far on this model. Everything else has just been kind of preference issues, but look at how sweet that clearance is. It is just phenomenal. And then it's really cool how that tail dragger works. It's attached via what looks like a brass control arm, essentially. So like from a really big servo, like a 50-gram servo or something like that. So very, very happy with that. Very impressed with the build. One other big issue we ran into that didn't show up on the time lapse very well, because we kind of evaluated the time lapse, is that these things are superficial. These are superficial. They're just screwed in with a bunch of screws. No big deal, super easy. But the thing is, take all that out and these just screw in and screw out. This side screwed in such that it was aligned perfectly with the length of the plane. This side, however, made the alignment so that it was like way toe out. So in torquing it down, I torqued it to the point where it was tight, and I had Loctite on, and it was way past where it needed to go. So it was going like this at an angle. So the way we combated that was we tried a washer, then I tried 2 thin plastic washers, then I tried 1 thin plastic washer. All of them were too thick. So I ended up with 6 sheets of aluminum foil cut to the shape of the washer to shim this bolt out and allow us to get proper alignment. And if you guys look at this, I'm trying to look at a reflection in our window. You can see they're quite well aligned. The reason that's so critical is because if this thing lands and touches down and your toe out, this thing will touch down. You'll never be able to touch the wheels on the ground without it just cattywampus off to one side or the other. If you're toe in a little bit on a plane, you tend to do better, but you'll chew through tires, and that's very acceptable. It's not a big deal. But if you're toe out, you'll probably end up causing a crash on any touch and goes too, unless you just get lucky. Or you're doing grass hops. Grass hops, you'll be protected. So anyway, just wanted to go over that. These feel like really pretty firm, somewhere in the mid-grade quality. I would say if there was a place you wanted to maybe upgrade this plane, it would be in the tires, because the tires are pretty low grade. Everything else has been extremely high grade. Plus the springs in these assemblies are extremely stiff. And I want to demonstrate it, but I'm afraid of breaking the plane. So I'm going to try to do it in such a way that doesn't break it. But you can see, like, you're not going to really get that thing to, I don't think it's going to compress, because under normal loading circumstances, oh boy, see that? See just how stiff that is? I think that should be about 1/5 as stiff it is, if not more. And then that would mean that when you lay this down, you're going to soften the blow on your suspension, which, I mean, that is your suspension, on the airframe, all that good stuff. So again, not a big deal. Those could be fixed gear and they would still be cool. But it'd be nice to see that with the amount of effort that's going into this build. I'd like to see that work a little bit better. So a couple things to consider as you're going through the build process. Now, I don't know, camera crew, just let me know if I come out of frame here. We've been using a drill a ton. We have been using different drill bits and just a regular drill to put in lots of screws. And if you don't already have a micro bit set, you're gonna probably need something like this. This is something I got over at like Harbor Freight. This is something I got at Menards. Nothing magical about it, but they're just very small drill bits. And beyond that, it's been basically standard tools. Now, I opted for something that I don't recommend, but I did end up using medium CA that was just separated from a large bottle. So I would consider that to be fresh. And I've burned through, let me show you how much CA I've used so far. This is in lieu of using an epoxy. I started from here and I ended there so far. So I've used like half a bottle of this stuff. And this is Bob Smith Industries CA. It's nothing fantastic. It's not foam safe or anything. It's just regular CA, and it's medium thick. The reason I chose to use a medium thick instead of an epoxy, and as you can see, I have my epoxy laying out here. I don't know if you guys can see this. I have a Flexi Cure 30-minute. I have a 30-minute. I have a 15-minute and a 5-minute. In my experience with epoxy is I just really struggle to use it. I always feel like it sets up too quick, or it sets up too slow, or there's just always some mess that goes along with it. So I just said, you know what, I'm just gonna be really careful and prudent about the way I'm doing this, and I'm gonna do it with CA. And the thing is, every component that I have built, I have tested and retested before I continue. Like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 contact points here, and the CA is gonna be strong enough for that. Now, that being said, the contact point here, there's only one contact point and it's big. But then you're gonna have a carbon fiber spar. So I just feel that there's enough redundancy right now that we're gonna be safe. Again, that is not necessarily a recommendation. That's just the way I did it. Also, like putting in epoxy on all these, a lot of guys will tape, and that will protect the epoxy from getting all over this finish. And you'll note that I have a couple of drips like this here. Oops, sorry, like this. Can you see it? That drip is a drip from CA. And here's another example. It's very hard to stop this. Here's a couple of drips on that. You want to turn that so they can see good? Point at it.
Right here where it's lighter a little bit.
Yeah, and so what's happened is the CA has gotten inside on this very high quality film, monocoat or whatever it is, and it has discolored the covering on the inside. So there's nothing I can do about that now, which is unfortunate. And to combat that, I started putting just a teeny bit of kicker on the opposite part that was going together, and that just helped to cure it a little quicker. So also I did an extra step that you guys may not do if you're using epoxy, and that is I went around all the surface edges. Now, of course, this is superficial. This is not gonna create a really strong bond, but it's just kind of like a little insurance. I went all the way around these, and I allowed the CA to fill into the gap. Then I kickered, and I kept doing that until I was done, essentially getting all these components very, what I felt was structurally sound, okay? So if in any doubt, don't do that. I also went into this crack here. I went into the front crack here and the back crack here. I did obviously the face. I scored up and marred up the finish of the balsa wood before as well. And sometimes when it's plywood to plywood, CA really works pretty poorly if you ask me. And that's where epoxy is gonna give you a big advantage. But when you're using a knuckle hinge or like a finger hinge, like what's provided in this kit, my experience is that whatever gets it to stay is fine. Because if you crash, it's gonna break anyway. So you're trying to stop the blunt force trauma from breaking apart. So even if it's a little bit brittle, you're dealing with a plastic component, and at that, it's much easier to keep that CA displaced with the grease. So we did grease all of the knuckles. So anyway, that's what we've come up with so far. There's a lot left on this build. Beautiful decals, took forever. Yeah, these decals were a huge pain, and yet they were really good. The decals on the wings are absolutely gorgeous. The opposing colors here, this, like where the 4 and the 2 is and all this, I can't see from the reflection. They are actually two different pieces, the white and the black, but it just turned out really, really nice. But they did want to rip, so be super careful when you're getting ready to separate the vinyl from the backing. The white is thinner than the black, but they're both pretty easy to rip.
And bubbles on the top on that red.
Which we can show that real quick. Yeah, the stars in circles. These aren't stars and bars, I don't think. If you look at this.
Super slow.
Yeah, lay it down, find the top rib and work your way back, or put a little Windex or something on there and put it on, and then that'll give you a chance to kind of work the bubbles out. So the camera crew worked through, and she got the air out of there and basically helped to make a good adhesion there. And it worked really nice. So we're really, really happy with the way this plane is going together. I mean, the more we dig into it, the more we find it to be very high quality. Couple of issues that we've run into. Also were I broke one of my covers and I mounted my servo the wrong way. This should be here and not here. And that's all you have to do is just flip the servo around and then put the control arm on there backward. I didn't catch it in time. I had already clipped the steel. I also am a little annoyed that the length of the servo arm is such that you only can run about 50 to 60% output on your servo before you start running into this frame again. We ran into the exact same thing on the Ultra Stick. So it's not this plane, it's part of the technology that's in there. We need longer control arms to reach out of the opening that we're working from. Now that would increase the leverage and all that good stuff. I get that. But the thing is, if this was a 1/4 inch longer, I could put a full throw out here, and then that would give me better results. Also, the blocks that they provided have grain set up that once you screw them in and you get them glued and everything is hunky-dory, you take your X-Acto knife and you make a score and it breaks right off. So it breaks clean. You don't have to get a saw out, which is nice. So I was really impressed with the way that went. It went way smoother than I thought. I'm very much dreading putting this wing together. It's gonna be complicated as all get out. But so far, so good. Also just wanna reiterate, we are planning on doing the AR637T on this plane. This is arguably overkill on this, but I want the telemetry for voltage, nominal voltage. And that's why we're doing this, because it comes with this red wire. and that red wire will plug into the telemetry plug right here. And then we can see that on the NX8 screen. We can set up voltage alarms and all that good stuff. So part of the reason that we're showing you this now midterm is just because as we start installing servos, we want you to know we're using all the stock electronics in this, with the exception of course, a receiver, which this comes as a plug-and-fly / ARF. So it comes with all the electronics, but you have to provide the receiver and transmitter in this case, and of course the battery. This is the battery I'm targeting right now. I don't know how that's gonna work out. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna go for 7000 6S. If this doesn't work, or if that doesn't work, or if I have to go too small, or smaller rather, then I'm gonna probably go 4000 6S Gen 2 is my next step. So really at this point, it just comes back to kind of going through the grind. This is an involved process. It's a little bit out of the ordinary for us to do an ARF on Brian Phillips RC, because you would think that most of our videos are ARF because they're so long. So we hope that this has been a good break for you guys that are used to watching our long videos. Hopefully we haven't left too many of you out on the steps. That's not what we mean to do. But there again, this thing is just impractical. It's too long. We can't actually do a 20-hour video. That's just too much. So it's too much for us. It's not necessarily too much for you guys. We know you would support us and watch it, you crazy people, but all 7 of you. But we appreciate that. And if you want to buy this thing, just to remind you, there'll be links in the video description below. If you like the plane, but you don't like the build, we have other planes that are similar to it that we have reviewed in the past. Big O Hobby's been good to work with. And of course, they provided this one for us. So we're going to send links to them so that you guys can buy from them. And as you buy from these companies, you'll help to support us with small financial commissions, but also you're going to help us build clout within the arena of these different companies that we work with. Because then they say, hey, you know, if we send Brian a plane and he has an audience that watches, they'll end up buying, you know, as a result of this video. So that's kind of the way it works from their perspective. They see it as an advertising opportunity, and we see it as an opportunity to bring it to you so you can see what it's all about without any BS. Because if it comes directly from their guys, they're going to say it's the best thing since sliced bread, and I have the freedom to say it sucks. So we generally don't think most planes suck, but there are a few that suck. So we'll let you know that. And you can tell when we're generally enthusiastic about a plane. I am not enthusiastic about this build. It is way too much for us right now. We're too busy to do ARFs in general. So we don't want to make any bones about that. But at the same time, there's a time and a place for people that love doing ARFs, and I get it. If I was just relaxing, going down to the basement, spending some time, you know, on my own, trying to get quiet time away from the kids and the family or whatever for a few hours every evening, it'd be fun, it'd be relaxing and nice. But the thing is, for us, we have to kind of keep moving. So, because we have like 6 other planes in line. So we love this plane though. It's probably going to be, if not the nicest, it's going to be one of the nicest planes we've ever built. So it's pretty exciting to put something new and exciting like this together, because balsa wood planes, the foamies will come and go, but the balsa woods will survive. And that's what's so neat about this. So anyway, that's our mid-build pause and explain, and we'll probably end up doing radio setup next. If not, there might be one more break like this, but we are going to definitely go over the entire radio setup with the exception of actually putting the servos in. Now that reminds me of one other thing. There is a pull-pull system on the rudder, which means that the control linkage that pivots on the top is going to pull a cable, and it's going to pull the other cable, and it's going to go like this, and that's going to make the rudder move. And of course, the steerable tail wheel. And so that's really good. We've done that before on the ASH 26, and pull systems are really cool, and it's a popular way of doing things in larger aircraft. It helps to keep the load on the servos even. So all you're doing is you're pivoting a position because you have contrary load, you have positive and negative. So it works really nice. So, because you're always pulling and pushing at the same time. The elevator is just a regular push rod design, but there's actually not clevises on the back that come out of the control surfaces. These are bolts that go through, and we just affix to the bolt, and that's how we manipulate the surfaces. So that's a little bit different. You'll want to pay attention. The instructions so far have been mostly good. I would say they're like, I would give them like a 90%. They could be a lot better, but but they're not bad. They're enough to kind of get you in the ballpark. There's a few parts like, hold on, I'm gonna show you this one part. This thing, we have no clue what it is or where it goes. If you guys know what that is, let us know in the comments below. We honestly aren't sure. It might have something to do with the frame that actually holds the wings apart. These hold the wings apart and use rubber bands on these hooks to actually hook these on, and that's how you space things out while you're getting everything put together, which, I mean, that's kind of amazing that they make this. This is really high quality just to put the plane together. So I don't know what this is. We're not sure. So the instructions don't seem to mention it. So it's just something if we come up with it, we'll make a point to share that with you. But if we're done with this build and we're still saying we don't know what this is, please leave it in the comments below. Without further ado, guys, we're gonna get back to time lapse. We'll be able to enjoy each other's company and have some music playing because obviously we can't play anything that's copyrighted here on this channel. And we'll just relax and get this thing built. And you guys will see it in a matter of 2 minutes, and it's probably gonna be another 6 to 8 hours before this thing is done is what I'm guessing. And so if you have questions, let us know in the comments below. Next up, radio setup. Stay tuned. All right, YouTube, so we're back with this absolutely gorgeous Stearman PT-17 or PT-17 Stearman, which is a biplane, and this plane is by Dancing Wings. So we have a link in the video description below. It is absolutely gorgeous. Every aspect of this model is just very breathtaking in terms of its beauty, in terms of the quality of build. I was super impressed. We're about ready to do radio setup, just in case you're wondering, but we just wanted to do a quick overview of about 3 major problems, okay? Major problem number 1, we were shorted some hardware, or we missed a bolt pack, which is totally possible because if you watch the unbox, there is a ton of stuff in this kit. I mean, a ton. It took us like an hour to open it. By the way, the build time on the website says 1 hour, which is about as truthful as your typical Chinese instructions. It took us like probably 26 hours so far.
Yep.
And I'm not saying you couldn't do it faster. You could definitely do it faster, but you could also do it a lot slower than that.
Yeah. Because
we move pretty quick when we're working. But that being said, this plane's worth it. This reminds me of a Dynam build in the frustration factor just because it's so brutally long compared to what we're used to, except that at the end of the day, it's an awesome plane. And it's one that's gonna be awesome for years to come, not just deteriorate with time. And you know, it's not a foamy. Now, I'm not saying I don't love foamies. I mentioned that earlier. Look, we have foamies all over the place. I have hundreds of them in my house. But I'm gonna be honest with you. If every foamy could be a balsa wood plane and it would somehow work out, that'd be awesome because they would have a lot longer staying power. So that being said, look at just some of these details and just keep in mind, all these details you have to do. Pull system for the rudder, all the hinging. You'll note that there's lubricant on there. That's one of the steps you have to take. Look at the hardware on the rudder and elevator. Just really, really, really nice looking. And we did have a second issue. I mentioned short on hardware. For sure, what I know is we were short on some of the self-tapping screws, and we were short on, namely, the nut zerts that went into the back of the firewall. So this is gonna be our plug for RTL fasteners. They have been super good to us. They've sent us some different kits. We understand that these type of things are hard to find. RTL fasteners will help you find what you need. We have had RTL fasteners kits save the day multiple times, okay? So just give them a shot of the kits up here. So there's different kits. There's like 3 of them. You might wanna just kind of turn that so they can actually read it. So these are the different kits that are in this setup. And all you do is you just go, and then there's a coupon code, and basically what we've got is different assortments of screw sizes. But the big thing we found on this was M3, 12 millimeters. We were shorted on just a couple, and it's so weird because I can't even sit here and put my finger on all the different areas that we were shorted because then we had extra hardware. So to be honest with you, I would want to hold it more against Dancing Wings if this plane wasn't so awesome, because it is really good. And that's in the scope of the fact that it's been a really busy, tough week in our real world, not in the YouTube universe. But also the RTL fastener kits. Now, these are 2 small cases like this each, but we have kit 9155. This is like 1 and 2, and they've come with some screwdrivers and things. And then this is the metric kit. This is, again, 2 cases. So that's kit 743. Okay, the only reason we plug that here is twofold. A, we try to support the companies that support us. They send them to us to help you guys know that they exist, okay? So obviously, when you run into a situation where you're shorted on hardware on something like this, are you gonna like get a hold of BitGo Hobby and ask them for replacements? I think not. Because with all due respect to BitGo, Horizon, Banggood, whoever it is, are you seriously gonna wait around on screws? I'm not. I'm way too impatient for that. And we don't have time for it. So this is what you need sitting around. And it's unfortunate because this stuff's expensive. So if you can have an assortment like this, you will cover a plethora of landing gear, fouls, missing parts, and hardware that you just didn't even realize you needed until you needed it. And they're weird sizes, because like, let's get real, guys. When you start getting in the 1 and 2 and 1.5 and 2.5 millimeter sizes, you're not gonna go and get that at the hobby shop. And if you are, they might have like 1 or 2 of them, and then you need 7 or you need 6 to supplement the 10 that came with the kit. So fortunately for us, the hardware here, which it was so cool, but we did modify it slightly because they had us using like a bunch of these turnbuckle, whatever you want to, clevis things, whatever you want to call them. They had us using 2 of those here and 2 of these little turnbuckle things. And fortunately for us, we figured out the easiest ways to just loop it back and forth. So you still get the double wire, but then we just crimped on the same side. So it's not really rocket science, but up here, this one had 1 turnbuckle that tightened to these 2 because they cross here. And make no mistake about it, guys, this is a structural element. It actually does things to hold these wings together. So that was problematic point 1, was short on some hardware. And I say that in the scope of a 25-hour project. There was hundreds of bolts and screws that we were not shorted, okay? So don't take that out of context. Secondly, the instructions were mostly good. And when I say mostly, I mean, it was like really pretty good for a Chinese manual. The English was good, the color pictures were good, but there was times when they would take a picture and it was hard to tell the orientation, particularly on this.
Yep.
Okay? There was other times where it seemed like we kind of skipped some critical steps, like putting these black things into the wings and assembling the wings was kind of just like a weird process. And if you'll look at the fitment here, that's one of the few fitment areas right there that we had problems with, that top piece. And what they do is those just stick into the wings. So the balsa and plywood, it's probably plywood there. There's like a pocket that receives it like perfectly. But you have to ram that in there. Now you're supposed to use epoxy, and we chose to use CA on all this, which is crazy. I know some of you guys are gonna think, Brian, you're nuts, you're gonna lose your plane. If that happens, you'll know to credit it to me, not to Dancing Wings, because they said use epoxy. My issue with epoxy was that we already spent 25 hours on this. We probably spent 35 hours on it if we use epoxy. And also epoxy takes a long time to set up, which is helpful in some of the instances, but also so prohibitive in the time sense from our perspective. So I'm gonna tell you right now, I feel 100% confident in this plane right now. After we're done flying it, we'll see how I feel. Because there's so many elements working together, I have in the direction that the load is applied against the joints, I feel like everything is sound. That being said, you gotta remember there's many contact points on an airplane and all of them work together. So you may have like 4,000 contact points in this plane and they're held together by wood glue or CA or epoxy or whatever happens to be. So it's not like you have one weak point, you have 400 weak points that are all holding together, and planes are weak in general. Like you could poke your finger through this plane, just like a real one. Well, you could put your fist through it, but not your finger probably. But like the fabric covering on a real plane like this, you could probably walk up to it with your pocket knife and cut through it. So I love that it is so close to real. And I am big on scale stuff. So I was a little bit disappointed in the motor on this plane. For the echelon of finish on this plane, I was very disappointed that there was nothing here. I felt like, are you kidding me? Look at the tight tolerances on this motor. This thing I felt like was one of the ugliest things on the plane. And when I say it ugly, I mean, that should have been twice as nice as it was because of the look of everything else. I mean, just look how gorgeous this plane is. Look at the instrument cluster. We did this stuff in time lapse, so you didn't get to see it very well. But just look how absolutely amazing that looks. You can't do that and then do a blow mold, motor. So the cool thing about this plane is that you could easily upgrade that. You take off your prop, you take off 3 screws, and the whole assembly lays to the side. Also, this plane is capable of taking a gas motor, which is really cool. Now, I know I'm kind of beating this thing up right now, and I don't want you guys to get down on this plane because it is awesome. But the reason I'm trying to check all the good about this plane with some of the bad is because there are some challenges that you're gonna face. Now, partly, if you're more experienced as a builder with balsa wood models, you're not gonna actually find these as big challenges because you're used to dealing with it. Like missing hardware, that's kind of the nature of the game. I don't think I've ever built a balsa wood plane where I haven't had to supplement hardware. Okay, so this was one of the looks issues. Also fitment on some of the critical components like this. The reason that the fitment on this is bad is problem number two, main problem number two, and that is fitment of a couple of different items. And I mean literally a couple items. These 4 pieces, I had to bend them a lot. Not a little, a lot. I mean, I'm talking bending it like 20 degrees different to make that line up. Now, I've got the capability of doing it, and you probably do too. If you're building a plane like this, it's not a beginner plane. If you're a beginner, do not buy this plane. If you're experienced, buy this plane. If you're even mildly experienced, you could probably do this plane, but the thing is you need to have some experience. And the experience will make the difference between a really well-built plane that lasts a long time and a plane that literally fails on the runway. But if you'll note that some of the fitment issues come into play when you have that, because it's very challenging. They include these braces that go between the upper and lower wings, which you guys saw in the video. They do work well, but they're not perfect. And, you know, it's just, they help a lot, but it's still like you have to actually get out and look at stuff and try to adjust it a little bit. But then at the end of the day, what dictates where everything goes? How close the tolerances were on these 4 black things on the tips of your wings. And guess what? You've got virtually no control over how that turns out. Also, this wood makes me nervous. It's under some tension. Okay, I thought it was reinforced with metal, but I think it's actually wood. Plywood, double ply, stuck together with glue, okay? You hear that? It sounds like a guitar because we have tensioned them. We intentionally left these slack when we installed them, and then we torqued them all the way down. And I love the way it looks. This is a nylon rope back here. I don't know how to tie knots, so we struggle with that. If you know how to tie knots, you're gonna have no problem. I know it's kind of embarrassing, but I'm just gonna tell you that right off. Now, in terms of putting the wing on, taking the wing off, yes, this wing is removable, believe it or not. But if you got the time to take this thing off, that's insane to me. Because really, all you have to do, you see the problem there? You can't even lay this on its nose because of that.
Yeah.
And by the way, I used about a half a tube of glue getting that thing to where it wouldn't break just by leaning on it. Okay, the motor. So you see this? You got 1, 2 bolt points, then this, okay? And you could technically, you'd have to take the entire top off of this. It's not easily removable, but it is removable. If you wanted to pack this thing up and ship it overseas and then have, you know, meet it in Germany for a fly-in or something like that, you could do that. You'd be taking out these 2, you would undo all of this hardware and label it A to A, B to B, C to C, you know, so you can put it back together quickly. But you can take this plane apart. The tail is not coming apart. That's all epoxied, or in our case, C8 in. And when I say C8, I'm talking like 4 to 5 layers of C8. It's not like just one little bit and then stick it in and you're done because it's a foamy. No, this is like CA all over the surface with score marks, forced in, glued, kickered, new layers, it just was, it was a thing, it was a process. On the tail, I think maybe epoxy would make it a little bit easier because you have time to work it before it sets, okay? We did run into problems on this, which we kind of addressed on our midway through our time lapse. We had to kind of crush this part with our thumb. And that had to do with the fitment on this surface right here, which also had to do with this fitment, which had to do with the spar fitment, okay? All 3 of those things could have been one of my mistakes. I don't know for a fact, so I'm not gonna count that against them. I am gonna count the wing against them, and I am gonna count this against them. Now that being said, this is a complicated build. It is not easy, but it's not super hard. It's just a lot of steps. And interestingly enough, as I explained to the camera crew when she was glaring at me while we unboxed this, and I was kind of glaring at myself too, this plane is gonna take a while to build, but the thing is, it goes together, and as you eliminate parts, it makes it easier and easier to figure it out. So we've already discussed, and you can see just how sturdy everything is. We had to supplement the motor mount nut zerts, or they call them blind nuts. They go into the balsa wood or the plywood, and then you have a nut that pulls in, and the teeth bite the wood. In fact, I can show you that right now. That was one of the things that we had in the RTL fasteners kit. Like, here's an example. Here's some smaller ones. That's a blind nut, okay? We used, what size did we use? I know it was a 3.
I think it was a 3.
It was a 3. Here, it's like this.
Yeah.
So that was in the metric kit. And yeah, so it was this one. Yeah, something like this. And we used 4 of those on the motor mount. That should have come in the kit because that's kind of a weird part. It's one thing to supplement a couple of screws and bolts, but I felt like that was kind of a miss. Now, we might have missed a bolt pack. And if we did, our apologies, BitGo, our apologies to Dancing Wings for accusing you of that. To be honest with you, there's a lot of pieces in this. It would be easy to miss one. I felt like the packaging was actually very good. Everything came good, taped in. It was a pain to unpack it. I hate the new packaging style compared to foam. I like foam protects stuff nicely. That's my 2 cents. Foam is a pain to deal with when you're done, okay? We have our ways of dealing with it. So we promised you guys radio setup, but I couldn't get by just how absolutely gorgeous this was without talking about it a little bit. And now I frame just, it's not perfect though, okay? So when you hear me say how great this plane is flying, I want you guys to understand that we're all about trying to, give you a fair assessment of the product without, beating up our suppliers, because like, how are they going to stop a nut, a nut and bolt sack from getting missed once every, couple of planes? Like, they can't control that. That's Dancing Wings issue. But the thing is, these guys will take care of you. So that's the key. Absolutely gorgeous. And in the scheme of balsa wood planes, I think it was a very good build. I would give it like a 9.5 out of 10, because like I said, they're just hard builds and they take a long time. So 2 things that we expected and we got. Okay, so we also marked our CG off camera just because there's not really anything to it. It is awkward just because of all this stuff. So if you think about it, try to mark it before you put these on. It's right here and right here. So 100 and 110. So obviously, being that it's a biplane, it's going to be, you're flying this with just the bottom wing, but my understanding is that most biplanes can actually technically fly with 1 wing. They just have to fly faster. I wouldn't recommend it, but the reason I say is you do mark the top wing according to the instructions. And so look how awkward this is going to be to balance it, okay? It's just going to be awkward. Now, the good news is we are obviously tail heavy right now because we have no battery in it. The other thing I learned about this plane is that it's quite awkward to get this off.
Yeah.
Because look, you can't go back because your canopy gets in the way. So you have to go forward, which is like, honestly, I think that's like a fairly large miss. So if I was cornered, what I would do is I would probably talk you into repainting this and making it a little bit shorter. It's going to make your life a lot easier because, like, even though that looks good and I don't feel like the ratios are bad, I feel like you could lose 20% of this. You could easily replicate the white line, and then you could have a much easier time getting this on and off. And yeah, we did actually originally put these under and tuck them under the rubber, and it sort of worked, but like, at the end of the day, it just looked fine with the screws. I thought the screws were going to detract from the beauty. Also, we have another black piece, and I still haven't figured out where the heck this thing goes. So if you guys know, please leave it in the comments below. Like, seriously, I need your help because I don't know where it goes or what it is. It's obviously painted. It's got that high gloss finish. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you're supposed to put a decal on there and then this is like some sort of a display piece. I honestly don't know. I would like to know though, because it's killing me to not know. Okay, so like I said, we promised you guys radio setup, and that's what we're gonna be doing today. So we're gonna be using the NX8. We're gonna be flying this on a 5000 Gen 2. This is a 30C pack, okay? It actually calls for a 45C pack, so technically we might need to get a 50C pack out. I had forgotten about that.
Oh.
Because this technically calls for a 45C pack. Now, my thoughts are on that, and I apologize, guys. I honestly just remembered that. So we're gonna use a 50C pack. 50C packs, in my opinion, if it's not called out by the manual, just get the 30. But if the 50's in and the 30's not, I just need to warn you that the 50 is a little bit taller, a little bit thicker. And it's slightly heavier. But the 50C is heavier than the 100C. I don't know why that is, by just a couple of grams. It's an incidental thing. So we're gonna get that CG'd out with this, and huge amounts of room in the battery tray, but don't even think about waiting to the end to do this. Do not follow the instruction manual in the order, or you will be cursing the world, because you do not need this wing mounted in order to do any of the body. You don't need the wing mounted to do any of the controls. And guess what? The wing gets mounted like second step or some stupid thing like that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Do the wings very, very last. It would be like totally stupid to do that. Get everything done in here. Get your radio in. Get it ready, because that's the one thing I'm regretting now, because we offered to do the radio setup video, but now I'm wishing we would have done it in a different order, okay? The other thing is the plane stand is really helpful on this. So if you don't already have a plane stand, I mean, this is a pretty expensive plane. I think it's a great value given the alternatives for that $500 to $600 range right now. I feel like this is a very high quality plane, but it requires a ton of labor to get where you want it to be. So, but if you put this up against like the Carbon Z Cub or the Carbon Z Cessna 150, sort of the echelon of plane is, they're like not even in the same realm. This is a big plane, 1600 millimeters. It is not 2.1, but the thing is, price point wise, they're about the same. They're in the same ballpark. And this plane is balsa, and it's gonna be around for a long time. This will far outlive a Carbon Z Cub, even though I love my Carbon Z Cub, and it's one of my favorite planes, and it truly is. This thing's gonna be around longer. So, now whether it's gonna sit there and look pretty and fly like crap, I don't know. That's yet to be determined. You guys already know because you've seen it. Okay, so let's talk about this for a minute. We took some time off camera to get our wires all brought up through here. We have the ESC mounted. Can you trade me side so they can see? You can see the pull system. We've kind of showed this a little bit, but the pull system and the elevator. There was also some, I spilled some glue here, so that was me, but I don't know what this was. I was kind of annoyed by that because this is such a pretty plane. I may have dripped something in there, but I don't remember doing it. So this all comes up together. We labeled them all so we know what they are. The ESC, I ran that throughout here, but that was before I moved this over one set. So that would have been better to go in the next hole over, because then that wouldn't have interfered with a potential battery placement. So just out of respect for CG, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna drop this in here carefully like this, and just lay it in there, you know, roughly. And this is just kind of our first step in the radio setup, is checking CG. And you're like, but that's, Brian, why do you always do CG like this? Well, because you have to have an idea of where the battery goes before you can really commit to a location for your receiver. And if you'll note that I am right between the two center of gravity marks, so I'm at about 105 millimeters, but I also don't have the canopy on, so I gotta put the canopy back on. Sorry about that, folks. It's easy to forget. But you can see what I'm talking about. This thing, and by the way, the magnetic hatch, it goes on nice. It stays really good. And I feel like it's gonna be well secured. But I'm just going between those two marks with my middle finger. It happens to be my longest finger. So it makes good sense. Does that look pretty level? It feels like it's leaning back, but it's not like out of control.
Yeah, a little bit, but not
anything too crazy. I feel like we could probably go forward a little bit, or we could go back a little bit, but I do not want this plane to be tail heavy. So we're gonna be like pretty much all the way at the front right now. So we'd be using the front strap position, okay? So these are strap points, okay? So I wanna put this back in. I moved it forward about an inch. And you know, there is gonna be an electronic receiver that needs to go in there. And then there'll be some double-sided tape. But that's such an inconsequential amount of weight on this plane. I feel like it doesn't change anything at all. I feel like that CG is already kind of basically even. So we're just gonna go with it. I feel like that's pretty much where it's gonna be. Now, whether or not it's a 1/2 inch forward or a 1/2 inch back is yet to be determined. And by the way, look where this is. There is no possibility of hitting the motor here. The motor is fully mounted right here in front of the front. So it is outside of the firewall. So just know that going in. So you can actually push this motor all the way up into all you have is like your ESC leads, and that could be renegotiated if necessary. You'll see that I kind of did a little cable management here and a little bit of, I mounted the ESC sideways. Now the reason I did that is because I feel like it's gonna get better airflow to try to keep itself cool, okay? That's an 80 amp ESC. I have no clue how much this is gonna draw. I haven't done any testing and I'm not going to do testing. My testing is gonna result from telemetry, which is gonna be limited. And it's gonna come through this AR, what is it, 637T. Okay, now keep in mind this AR 637T comes with this little red and black wire, which is gonna get tapped into the ESC wire. And then that's gonna give us nominal voltage, but not cell voltage. If you want individual cell voltages, you can replace that ESC with an avian ESC, which is gonna set you back a few bucks. And then you'll be able to get full telemetry on each of the cells, imbalance, and all sorts of good stuff. I really just need nominal voltage. That's all I care about on these planes. And so I've been working with Horizon to try to get that added on to the other features, like on the AR 631. The AR 631, I feel like would be fine on this plane. But I would really like the nominal voltage because I don't want to lose this plane over a dead battery. There's some planes that I feel like it would be easier to swallow that loss, and this is just not one of them. Okay, so we're going to open this up. There's a good manual in this, by the way. It actually tells you how to set it up, which is nice. It's got diversity antenna. And then, of course, we've got the power wire, which we have done this on a number of different planes. So really what you need to do is this is going to essentially plug into this plug right here where it says volt. Okay, so it's got a little micro PH1S connection, and then that's going to plug in there. And then this lead gets chased out to wherever your battery lead is. So we don't know where the receiver's going just quite yet. So I think we're probably safe to basically put the receiver right in the center, because we can go ahead and reevaluate the position. See, this is up so high, we can clear over the top of the receiver. Also, note that this video, we're going through all the details of installing the radio, because that's what we do on Brian Phillips RC. We didn't go through the entire build just because it would have been almost impossible for us to film. And we just, like, that would have been like a 50-hour video. Yeah. Nobody's gonna watch that. So, all right, so you'll note that we have the receiver laying here. I don't have the antennas chased anywhere. I'm just kind of feeling it out for positioning. And you can see the antennas will be protected because they'll drop down in there, but that's gonna really limit our ability. This AR, any of the AR 631, AR 630, AR 637, AR 83, 60, 62 or whatever it is, they all have to be mounted like lengthwise, 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 or lengthwise, lengthwise. But you can't mount them sideways from what we've been told. I honestly don't understand why there's 3 axis of measurements, but that's just what they've told us. So I'm just gonna go with what they've told us. Now, there's no reason you couldn't mount it vertical, similar to what we did with the ESC, and maybe that's what we need to do, because then we can just tuck these antennas, you know, this way, and we could actually just like zip tie that on there. I'm not sure if that's appropriate, if that's gonna be tight enough. Now, if this is a gas plane, you're gonna wanna do some vibration isolation for your radio. I'm wondering, hon, what do you think about, if we put it off to the side like this, I'd prefer to have it centered in the plane if possible, but I know for a fact that we should be okay, well, fact and should, sorry, they don't go together well. I think it would be easy enough to just basically plop it right here. But I just, if we do a couple of double-sided tapes, that'll get us some extra height so we don't hit the back of this servo. But we also don't want this servo to hit our wires.
Right, because all your wires are coming out to the back towards me, right?
Yeah, well, they're coming out, but I can tuck these back down into this cavity here too. So, and then of course this little red and black wire, that is gonna just basically get jabbed into the leads for the ESC. Mm-hmm. So it's very easy to do that, and we'll show you how to do that shortly. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, camera crew? We could also point the wires forward, and that might get us away from having to build it up. Okay. So it'd be something like this.
The further back, the better, kind of, right?
Yeah. And I feel like we're going to end up with getting hamstrung on space if we try to do anything other than just flat. I'd really like it to be over here so it's out of the way, though.
That would be okay, wouldn't it?
I'm just nervous that if it's off center like that, it's going to cause problems with the roll axis. So I'm not sure. Plus the antenna, I feel like we can get away with, if we mount it here, we can get those antennas into one of these holes and just chase them inside like that.
Which would be nice.
It'd be real nice because then it's somewhat protected too. And, you know, I think that tray is carbon fiber potentially. So you got to try to keep your antenna leads away from carbon fiber where possible. You can see that'll chase down there nicely. And diversity antennas are ideally placed at 90 degrees of one another. And there's three main axes, the pitch, roll, and yaw. But if you think about it like this, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, not 90 degrees, not 90 degrees. So, I mean, just, you know, 90 degrees. Doesn't matter what direction one of them goes. Just make one of them 90 degrees. Okay. So you see how that straddles? Then that'd be super easy. I mean, shoot, we could zip tie the thing down. I just don't know if I don't know if that's going to clear everything like I think it will. It does look like it's going to clear. And we already tested the CG. We're going to have this probably up here more than likely.
It does give you a little bit of room to move if you need to.
Yeah, there's a little bit of room. Well, and it's not like we can't move the receiver if we make a big mistake.
Right.
But I kind of prefer that over having it off center of gravity.
And you feel like you have enough room for everything to plug in.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing is I don't want to get too excited about all this yet because I'm going to still have to plug it in and then we could get our mounts done.
Right.
So, because I can lift that up real easy and then we can drop it down. Okay, so what comes next is obviously we have to set up our profile on the transmitter. By the way, we're just going to use 3M double-sided tape to hold that in position. Then maybe we'll throw a zip tie. I'm not sure yet on that. But 3M double-sided tape is usually pretty good for getting those receivers mounted. Sometimes we just use hot glue or we'll use CA. But being that this is a firm surface, it's not foam, we don't get any of that vibration isolation. So it would be probably wise to use a little bit of that so you have some, you know, you're not going to get all the vibration transferred through. You're going to get some of it, but not all of it because this stuff is squishy. It's like foam. It's a foam core double-sided tape. All right, so the first thing we have to actually do is build a profile. So why don't we go ahead and do that right now. And this is the radio setup part that many of you really benefit from. So on the NX8, we're going to be using forward programming. So we're going to turn it on, and I'm just going to click, scroll down to system setup, disconnect RF, model select. Okay, this is where we look away for a second, add new model. Okay, you can come back. Sorry, new releases, early releases, we have to keep from showing some of that stuff. So we're going to create a new acro, which is just like a plain profile. Now remember, we do have to limit our range on our ailerons on this plane too. Okay, so that's the model type that we just selected, okay? So if you change that, it's gonna reset everything. Model name, this is where we type in the name. This is number 63 colon, and by the way, those can be edited. I have a legacy keyboard, by the way, turned on, and I like it better. So this is called the Stearman PT-17, and you can usually kind of tell from like right here. It's also got a model number up here, SCG35, I guess. So, and if you guys didn't already know, those are 37-gram servos. And this is what you'd be doing for gas engine, which is pretty sweet, actually. That's really cool. Flying weight 4 kilos. That's pretty cool. And it does come with some Velcro for the battery, so we'll come back to that. But we're going to go ahead and type this in. So you just click and scroll. It's pretty simple stuff. So we'll come right back when we're done typing. Okay, so we have Stearman PT-17, so we can just hit back. Don't be alarmed if it goes beep, 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 beep. That just seems to happen sometimes. Okay, so aircraft type, this is where we set our wing type. In our case, we have separated our ailerons, so we're gonna do flaperons. You could set it as dual aileron, or you can set it as flapper on. Either way you can run them, okay? Then the tail type is obviously normal. And we should have a nice little biplane picture. There's good enough for me. Flight mode setup. Since there's no retracts, we're gonna do retracts here, flaps here. So this is on switch A. This is on switch B for flaps. Now you can set it however you want, but that's what I do. And then I'm gonna have master gain on G, or excuse me, on R. Okay. So switch A is gonna become our first flight mode. And it just has 2 of them, okay? I'm gonna hit next. So position 1, position 2, flight mode 1, flight mode 2. So this says flight, and you can change those, just so you know, okay? That's not where you name them, by the way. So spoken flight mode, that's where you change the name. So I think this one's gonna be, like when we pull this switch toward us, that's gonna be safe, and then when we have it back, it's gonna be AS3X. Okay, so. Okay, so flight mode 1 is gonna say AS3X. And we'll come back when we're done. Okay, so AS3X, and then you can change the speed to whatever you want it to say. And just be aware it's like all the way at the bottom, which is kind of annoying, but this is AS3X, right? Mm-hmm.
After the waypoint things.
Oh, okay.
That's what I always know to look for. Somewhere close.
AS3X mode.
Okay, so now flight mode 2. Now we're going to type in safe and come right back. Okay, so it says safe. Then I'm going to change what it says verbally. Now remember, I don't think you can go back, can you?
I don't know.
Nope. You can go into the categories, but you can get into a nesting loop too, where it won't let you out of the menu structure. So I just don't even do that anymore. I just scroll through the giant list because it's easier to do that. It's so funny because there's certain menus where if you do this like twice fast, it sets it all the way to the -100 setting. Okay, so this is going to be safe mode. Okay. AS3X mode.
AS3X mode. Safe mode.
Cool. Okay. Now that doesn't actually set safe. Okay, just so you guys know. That's just what.
Safe mode. AS3X mode.
Okay.
Safe mode. AS3X mode.
Might as well do dual rates and expo while we're at it. I'm going to set this on switch F as I typically do. Okay. So switch F. On the 0 position, or all the way up, I'm going to set it to 5. Then I'm going to set it to 10. Then I'm going to set the expo to 20.
Can you tip up just a little bit?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for letting me know. And then to 90 for the rates. Okay, so this is my least expo. This is where I'm going to start, and this is my most expo. This is where I start. If it's too much expo, I can use less to get to the ground. Then I make that the middle. If it's too much expo, or if it's not enough expo, I can use this to get back down to the ground. Then I make that the middle setting. And then I double it and half it, okay? So we do that same exact function on all of the control channels, or on all the 3 main primary axis of control. And this is just kind of like a customary setup. I do a lot of the same things you guys are going to find out. And part of the reason that we do some of the repetitive stuff is because we've just found stuff that works nicely and it scales well.
And you don't want extra stuff to think about.
No.
That's different.
Yeah, if you have 3 switches for your different control axes, you're going to have a heck of a time remembering where they are. Okay, so now we'll walk out. We're not going to mess with differential. We are going to set up throttle cuts. So I'm just going to go set it to switch H. Then I'm going to look at my stick and I'm going to look, it's down. That's good. When I turn it off, it goes up. You can see in that little monitor there, it shows you what your stick position would be. Throttle cuts on. Okay, that's important, especially with a big prop on a big plane like this. You don't want that thing cutting your hand off. I'm not joking. Flap system's inhibited. I'm gonna set it to switch B. Now, we have flaperons, so guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna leave this at, we're gonna leave it at 0. Why?
Because we gotta set the aileron throws, right? And we don't know which way they're gonna go.
That's the first part. And then also we don't know what direction the elevator is gonna go either. So I'm gonna set it to 15 and 20, okay? I'm gonna set the speed to 2 seconds. Those are things that I know. Now this might be minus 15 and this might be minus 20. Flaperons are kind of weird like that, okay? Now you'll note that auxiliary 2 is changing when I change that. I might just make them change a little bit, just so we can see, you know, movement. Okay, so now I'm gonna unlink auxiliary 2 from that switch. I might as well get that done now. System setup, disconnect RF. Flight mode setup. Oops, sorry, not that. Channel assign. Auxiliary 2, I do not want associated with B. We'll just go to D, okay? So it'll be here. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, we've already got right knob associated to auxiliary 3, okay? Cleared the timer. I'm gonna scroll down to my timer next. 5 minutes is probably a good starting point. It doesn't actually matter on this plane because we're not gonna need it. That's a 1 out, so anything over 25% is gonna start the timer and start counting down. And it's gonna keep counting down until it's out. At 1 minute, we want no warning. At 20 seconds, I want no warning. At 10 seconds, I want voice. I want a countdown. At expiration, I want tone and vibrate. And then every minute thereafter, it's gonna tone, okay? Audio events. Telemetry warnings. This is gonna auto-config at some point after we bind. So then we can go ahead and add what we need, okay? All right, so we're pretty much ready to start this process. Clearing the timer, throttle cuts on. We're gonna eventually make some more assignments. We're gonna set up safe. We're gonna do forward programming for AS3X and safe. We're not gonna set up a panic switch. That just wastes a channel in my opinion. And I'd like to use my channels for master gain, flaps, and that's 2 channels for the ailerons now. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for throttle. 6 for AS3X on off, and then 7 for master gain. This is an 8-channel transmitter. If you got the NX6, you could do everything we're doing on this on the NX6, but you have to be kind of careful because the flap mode gets weird. I don't know why that is. And the 7th channel is not fully discrete. It's just like an on-off from what I've been told, but I don't really understand how that could be. Somebody told me that. Is it true? You be the judge. All right, so also, if you're spending the kind of money you're spending on an NX6, you're crazy not to get an NX8 because it's only like 50 bucks more, I think. And these things are expensive. Like, why would you not just spend, what is that, like 8% more? And then you get the lanyard for 1 thing is a big deal. And for 2, you get the knob. And for 3, I think you get 2 extra switches. And obviously you get 1 extra full channel, and then the 7th channel is actually a full discrete channel as opposed to just being like partial channel. Okay, so now when you're ready to bind, you can go ahead and turn off your transmitter, okay? So it shuts off. It does take a while to turn them off, by the way. Okay, so now we gotta get this wire plugged in. So let's do that real quick. I feel like, oh, we do need to know where to land our wires too. So we could actually do that right now too. Why don't we go ahead and do that? Sorry guys, we just shut off the transmitter. We're gonna turn it right back on. This is gonna tell us where we need to plug in our leads, okay? Because obviously you can go to monitor mode and it'll tell you exactly which channel gets plugged to what. Okay, so I'm just scrolling over one and you can see monitor and it says like throttle, right aileron, elevator, rudder, gear, left aileron, auxiliary 2, auxiliary 3. So you know exactly where everything is. So channel 1 is throttle, which, I mean, that's pretty standard stuff on Spectrum. Now, just to be clear, other brands do things different, so don't be surprised. This is Spectrum. We go over the NX8 because that's what I'm most familiar with. I've also used other transmitters in the past, like the DX18, and I loved it. But this thing is the latest and greatest technology. And by the way, my DX18 does everything this does and then 10 channels more. And you want to know how many times I've used channels 9, 10, twice. And then never beyond that. Okay, so.
I might need to pause and get a step stool. I'm too short so that they can see.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. We'll do that.
Yep.
All right, so when we're doing this thing, okay, there's already tin leads on these, okay? Tinned meaning they got solder in them, okay? The best thing to do would be to cut and do all this with solder and everything, but we're lazy, so. Yeah, and it doesn't really add any extra success in our opinion, in our experience. So I'm just gonna pierce this line, and I'm just gonna pierce this line, okay? I'm not cutting the wires in there, I'm just cutting the sheath back a little bit. Okay, that is a very sharp, almost brand new blade. So it does a lot of cutting. Okay, now I'm gonna take the strippers. Whoops. I got glue on those things.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know. So I'm gonna strip back just a hair more. Not a lot, just a little bit, maybe another 1/4 inch. Okay. Goodness gracious, what a pain. Then I'm gonna take these 2 leads and all I need to do is just go red to red, black to black. And then all we have to do is chase back down the lead and then go like under the board and back out so it goes to where the receiver is. It'll be real easy and beautiful, okay? Okay, so you see where I've got that hole? You can tuck this through and you can do it an easy way. The easiest way we've found in the past is to use a toothpick or, you know, like a tool that's got a really, really fine tip on it. See, and I'm kind of going away from the connector. That's intentional. All I got to do is trap this so it's up against the copper inside of there, but you don't want to split that whole line. That has happened to us in the past. And it's not like the end of the world. You just got to tape over it. But you see what I'm going to do here? I'm going to just try to slide this in here. It's a little bit awkward. See, it's kind of limp on the second half. And on the first half, because where I stripped it, you see? Mm-hmm. That part is somewhat limp. The back half is not. Okay? So literally all you have to do is make contact with the copper. It's not like you're carrying any load on this thing. It's like putting your multimeter on there, you know? So think of it like that. It's not like you're gonna energize and run a small circuit. I mean, technically it is a circuit, I realize, but it's not a load circuit. It's a test point, okay? So that same thing has to happen here. And if you got like really aggressive, you could just take and just kind of like stick that in and open up the actual wire. And without letting go of the wire, you can actually just drop the cable straight in. The problem I've had with that in the past is that it's too easy for the wire to come out. And so after we do that, the easiest thing I've found to do is basically just do a little bit of electrical tape. Now, suppose the worst case scenario happens in this equation and you would like short your battery out. That would be terrible, but let's just get real. If you've got a 5006S on there, what's gonna happen is that wire is gonna melt and burn like a fuse. So you probably won't even know until you land and there's smoke in there. Now, I'm not saying you're gonna lose your plane, but I'm saying it'd be best to avoid that situation. Woo! Okay, so we have the tape here, just regular electrical tape, nothing special. And like I said, the best way to do this is to build the correct end on every lead of every plane that you've ever done. And you know, we used to do that, and that was just kind of like a waste of time. But you can see, I'm just gonna take this, and I've already got it tapped. That's literally all you have to do. You know, don't overthink it. If you want to overthink it and make it prettier, I mean, this is a beautiful plane, but like at the end of the day, you know, this is your multimeter lead. So it's not like this makes the plane fly better. It just makes you be aware of what the voltage is. You could also throw some heat shrink over this, but again, good luck getting those things out of an EC5. Good luck. Because if you figure out how to do it without breaking them, you'll be my friend. You can tell me how to do it. Because I've never had success. I've always had to just roughhouse those things to get them out of there. They're extremely hard. That's one thing that's so nice about ICs is you can pull this collar down and you can desolder them and they're right there. And that's where you would build your end on if you had an IC end on that ESC. It'd be super easy, but you wouldn't even need to do that. If this was a smart ESC or an Avian, either one, obviously an Avian is a smart receiver, but a smart receiver does not necessarily have to be Avian. If you had an Avian ESC, then you could do thrust reverse, which would be super cool. But if you just had a smart receiver, then you can hook up the 631 and you get full telemetry on all the cells and everything. Okay, so, yep, so those wires don't look very pretty, do they? Okay. Yeah, who cares, right? So now the key is I want this to chase back to where the ESC is and then enter into the framework. But look what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna start twisting it and get just 2 or 3 twists. And then I'm gonna stop pressuring that connector because I don't wanna break the connector. And then all I do is I just walk this all the way back like this. And if you have a drill, you can literally put it in the drill chuck. In fact, I have a drill.
You do actually have one today.
We don't usually have a drill with us, but we do today. So you open your chuck up and then you don't wanna bite it like really hard because you'll break the connector. Just get it in there until it starts spinning, okay? See what I'm talking about? And like I said, you don't want to break it, but you do want it to hold. So I'm going to actually tighten this by hand. Okay, there we go. See, and I just pull my fingers back as I do this. Nice, okay? Then when you take it out of the chuck, you should have hopefully minimal damage on it. Or none. And what you can do now is you can protect your connection points, pull that slack, and it'll just basically, because it's ductile, you can stretch it a little bit and make it straight and pretty, okay? See how nice that looks though? I mean, well, except for down here, I gotta do just a couple more turns, okay? Then this is just gonna chase back and pretend like it's another servo lead, which we all know it's not a servo lead. Okay, so we're just gonna drop that into this little opening. Get away from the bulkhead that's binding us up. And then I'm literally just gonna run this underneath the wing spar and you can kind of see it wiggling and waggling underneath the board. Mm-hmm. Can you? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. So I got it past that second bulkhead and now I'm just gonna basically grab some forceps. And if you guys aren't aware of what forceps are, just think Doobie Brothers.
Oh, that's not what I thought.
I know you wouldn't. Sure, good girl. No,
hemostats.
Hemostats. Oh, because are you calling me an old guy?
No, I think of other kinds of forceps.
You talking about like the forceps that they use to clamp off umbilical cords?
Or get children out of the birth canal.
Oh, there's that too. So you see this? These wires are all now going to be paired up together, okay?
Nice.
Yeah, looks pretty good. But I don't actually need this one to be quite as long as the other leads. So I'm going to just tuck this straight into the connection point. I can't tell. These micro pH connectors are always awkward because it's hard to tell what direction they go. Okay, so now that that's plugged in, we can just kind of pull that up, make it look nice. I'm just literally going to tuck it down in there loose. I don't even care what the wires look like under the board. I care what they look like above the board. And you see now when we go to plug in our battery, we'll have no interference from any of that. I'm gonna probably put one zip tie around that wire for cable management reasons. One little small black zip tie.
Around the wire you just put in?
Yeah.
Okay.
On just the negative lead, because that negative lead goes down closer to the hole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so see if you get a wire you're trying to get in there, I usually take and crease it a couple of times and I make like a full loop like this and then I can crease it. See, watch what happens. Then you can get it around here easy. See? Twist it like a hook. There you go. There it is. It would have been nice if I would have put this in the right spot, but I think we're okay where it is. I don't want to redo it. This is too much work. Already got too many hours in this project as it is. I'm actually quite excited about this plane though. I mean, I think it's a lot better than I expected it might be, but it's also been a ton more work than I wanted it to be. And it's like, sometimes we're really hopeful that things are gonna go super easy, but then like we get started and we're like, yeah, this isn't gonna be easy. But easy does not always necessarily equate to like the best experience. Some people love putting these things together. And it's funny because even though I do enjoy the process of certain steps, like there's just a lot of time tied up in this. And when you got 4 kids and a full-time job and you do the YouTube thing and you're helping people with comments and stuff at some point, I promise, then you just get stretched a little bit thin on big projects like this. It makes it hard. You know what I'm thinking about now that I just did that?
What?
I feel like maybe that needs to come up over here or over here so it looks nicer. What do you think? Should we just do it?
Well, except that all of your servo wires are going to get plugged into the back, so you're going to kind of have a little bundle there anyway, right?
Well, that is true. Yeah, good point.
You just don't have anything plugged in yet.
Yep. Okay, so in looking at the receiver, throttle's on channel 1. Okay, so throttle should be like an unlabeled wire that happens to be this color, and the only reason I know is because I remember. And it's also got a little bit thicker leads on this plane, okay? So I can pick this up. It says on the side here, which way is negative? Can you tell from there? Because I can't see it.
Negative is
Down.
down.
Okay, so like at the bottom, okay. So the first one's bind, then this one's channel 1. Okay, so you can see that there. And then the second one we need to do is right aileron. So I have literally labeled my ailerons left and right because I knew that we were going to be doing flaperons. This is the right aileron, and I'm just carefully trying to untangle them as I go. And I need this right aileron is going into channel 2. Okay, and I want the positive lead to be up, or excuse me, the signal lead, then positive in the center, and then negative on the bottom. Okay, the third one's elevator. So I labeled this one as elevator. And same scenario as before. Just kind of get it so that it's not tangling, because this is where your cable management is going to be made a lot easier if you do this step here where you get things so they're untangled right now. Okay, then the next one is rudder. Okay, so this is on channel 4, it's rudder. Okay. By the way, folks, if you're new to the channel, the best way you can support our channel would be to, of course, watch, like, and subscribe. And then if you want to help us with financial support, we have Patreon and PayPal. But the most effective way to support us is to buy the planes that we promote by building them on this channel and going through the process of sharing our experience with them. That builds clout with our suppliers, distributors, manufacturers. It also gives us a chance to make a small commission from the affiliate companies we work with. Just to be 100% completely clear, if we make a small commission when you buy this beautiful plane, then I don't care if you pick this one versus that one, or that one versus the helicopter, or the helicopter versus the VTOL. We don't care which one. We're not trying to like strong arm you into this product. We just want you to know that it's here. So we hope that that comes through loud and clear, because we feel like sometimes it gets very misunderstood. I don't understand why either, but it just does. So just because we're making a small commission when you buy it doesn't mean that, you know, we care which one you buy. But we do really appreciate that. So anyway, so you see all these wires, looks pretty nice, pretty tame, nothing too out of line that you can't live without. So I'm gonna just take these wires and just kind of jostle them together like this. And then all I'm gonna do is just tuck down the bundle until it's out of the way. And I know that I have a couple of diversity antennas floating around down there, and you know what? I don't care. That's good enough for me. I can see one here, in fact, I'm looking at it. I just don't want to cut them. And I also want these wires to be out of the way of this push rod, because that push rod's going to move forward and backward. I think I'm going to do one zip tie on those wires as they kind of enter, or they go into this little section. Okay. You want to be careful not to kink or do like a sharp bend on any of your wires specifically the antennas or antennae. Which sounds, I mean, even though I know it's the correct use, I just...
Antennae?
Antennae sounds weird.
Still a weird word.
Yeah. Okay, so this queso, delicious. See that right there? So that's down. Now I can just kind of twist it sharp. I feel like maybe one more might be in order. What do you think? One more zip tie?
Yeah, maybe so.
Because it just helped control it around that bend.
Yeah. Then it's all mostly underneath and you're not gonna really see it now.
Okay, so then this is gonna go right here. Kind of want to catch these leads because like that tape that we used to indicate what those wires were might get in the way of, I don't think it's gonna be a major issue, but it might get in the way of that control linkage. You see, there's a lot of spots on this plane where you can't reach because ordinarily you can put your hand between wings or on top or under wings, but there's so many different things on this plane because of the bi-wing design and then the cables. You have to like really think about where you're gonna stick your arm. That's what she said. So that's down there and it's just tucked under. Now I just basically, we're gonna clear this clearly. And I think it's time to basically go ahead and get this thing mounted right here.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and cut some 3M tape. Yeah, there's nothing particularly magical about this. I didn't even buy this. I got this from a customer at my day job. She was using it as a cup holder. And she's like, "You like that stuff?" And I said, "Yeah, Jackie, that stuff's expensive." "Oh, we don't use it anymore. We stopped using it for this thing. You can have it." And so she gave me this like huge thing. That's like really expensive. So I was very graciously accepted her offer to take the cup holder. So anyway, I think best and smartest use, or what is that they say?
What?
With land use, they said best in something. I don't know. We were looking at it on a document the other day. But yeah, so I have to peel the backing off before I get this down there. Normally I would stick it on there, but because of the nature of my wiring, I just have to get that pulled off here. Just like that. Okay. And sometimes this stuff is ultra sticky, and then other times I've found it not to be ultra sticky. I don't really understand the difference. And then there are labels on these, and they do sometimes come off. So just be aware. It's not rocket science, except if you mount this on a rocket, and then it is rocket science. Okay, get through there. It's a little bit chafy on those cutouts, so you got to be a little bit careful with your cables. Like I said, especially your antenna. Okay, so now I'm going to pull this forward without getting too far out of whack. Now I'm going to just kind of rotate this into position and try to hold it tight. Man, that looks really nice actually. But I'm noticing that this is mighty close to that. I'm hoping I can just push it down. I may actually go ahead and throw one more zip tie right there to secure it so that there's a 0% chance of that passing through. What do you think? Looks really dang clean though. I'd say one more is probably a good idea.
I've never known you to be skimpy with your zip ties, so.
Thank you. It's the nicest thing you've ever said. But yeah, this is gonna look nice. I'm satisfied with the way this. I'm gonna put it right where my index finger was. And then the antenna, can you give them a shot so they can see where the antenna ended up? You guys see what I'm doing though? I fold it over on itself like this, and then that allows me to feed that thing through to relatively tight spots like this. And then all I have to do is just walk the tip out. This one's actually pretty easy to get to be honest.
So you hooked it like,
yeah
back. Let me see if I can.
This is one of those things that's really kind of tough to film because I block so much. I don't even see most of what I'm doing in here. So it does make it challenging to share this step. But the radio setup, is probably a little bit less about the radio setup on a ARF Plus or whatever you call this. This is like an ARF bind and fly, or excuse me, ARF plug and fly. And what that means is it came with everything you needed, except for the hardware it didn't come with, and the glue it didn't come with, and the skills that you kind of need to build this thing that it didn't come with, obviously, for me at least. But at the end of the day, this is a pretty involved process, and compared to a plug and fly, it's a lot involved. Okay, there you go. So you see I use these forceps. I can get in there and like really actually control and manipulate the position of these things. So it's really, really nice. Okay, I'm gonna try to tuck that wire carefully under. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's good. Definitely gonna keep it down below the servo. And we don't want it to yank out any of those connections. And look, we've already started to kind of give it some pressure, and I don't like the way that that looks. You see that? You see this? How my throttle's popping out? That's not good.
Oh.
See how I just pushed it in? That's why you got to be careful, guys. That's why you double, triple, quadruple check stuff. Get a lot of questions from people that are new in the hobby that are, you know, trying to kind of reverse engineer crashes and things like that. And what I can tell you is that the more experienced you get, the more you realize, like, even if you do everything right, there's still going to be stuff that breaks. And it's frustrating, but it is somewhat part of a hobby, part of the hobby. And the reality is, as you get more experience with this, you make effort in the right areas. And so you end up missing some of those mistakes. I still make a lot of mistakes because I'm still relatively new, but I've noticed that as we've gotten a little bit more deep into this hobby, we've gotten better at picking where the efforts are really necessary. And so we're trying to pass that along to you all as you're learning along with us. But we kind of feel like this plane in particular is, you know, it's almost kind of like beyond our skill level for builds. It's certainly not something we would typically, we don't do a lot of planes that are in this plug and fly, in this ARF arena. Just because it's kind of hard. It's such a long video. We already do really long videos. Okay, so that thing needs to be straight up and down the length of the plane. And I felt like maybe I kind of got a little bit kicked off to the side. So if you need to adjust it, get it adjusted now. Don't wait, because that 3M tape, it'll just like become impossible to adjust after a few minutes. Okay, and then I'm gonna pull this over toward the receiver. I know you can't see, you just have to wait a second, guys. There you go. Okay, so now we got everything in place. And when we're ready to put the battery in, we'll be able to lay this down with some level of impunity. You see, it's not gonna easily hit those antennas, but it will hit them if you push it into it. And that's why I've wondered for years why they don't give us, you know, like a second output on this plastic housing so we could actually move the antennas off to the side. I used to have to do that all the time on the Lemon receivers I did, because they came out the same way. And they were almost guarded to the point of being even more vulnerable than they should be. So this is the bind button when we get ready to bind. Also, speaking of vulnerability, look where I'm gonna be standing when I plug this in. I need to be super careful that the prop doesn't start on me, okay? And also when we go in and out of forward programming, we need to be extra careful in that regard too. We're gonna pause, clean up, speaking of that, and come right back. Okay, so we got Velcro strap that came with this. And I actually have some other Velcro straps I'm a little bit tempted to use that were super nice from the Zod planes that we got. So I may end up using those because they're like really, really nice. But this is what it came with. I feel like that's pretty nice stuff. It seems like it has some good strength and it's gonna hang on good, but I'm just not sure yet. So what I was gonna do real quick is I'm just gonna basically try to get this fed through, because I said I wanted to have a strap in the center, and that's what I want. Okay, so I'm just kind of putting the pokey side down. I don't know that there's really like a right or wrong way to do this. So we're just gonna start with get 1/2 through and then apply the top to the other side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I know I just got done telling you like 30 seconds ago we were gonna be done up there.
It's okay. This is a little better.
Oh, come on. You guys see why these forceps are so nice?
Yeah, how would you do that without?
I don't know, have really, 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 really long fingers,
Oh.
I guess, I don't know. I've never done it without, so I'm not sure how you would do that. I don't think you would,
I
actually.
don't think you would.
I think that's the key. Okay, so I'm actually just gonna try to pull this through without breaking that thing. I don't want to break the tray here, guys. That was kind of crappy. It fell back down on me. The key to making these things work is that they hinge so far back. Ooh, fall down. There we go. There we go. Got it. Now I can pull that through for sure. Okay, so now that that's through, we can lay the battery in, and we're just gonna lay this in like we're gonna fly, okay? Now, this is the point where a smart person would actually take the prop off. And you know what? This is such an easy thing to take off, except it's never as easy as I think it's gonna be. Safety first, guys. Take your prop off right now in this stage, okay? That way you can preserve your hands and stuff, okay? So while you guys go ahead and take your prop off, I'm gonna keep working on this. And basically all I'm doing is just getting a really good purchase on quite a bit of that Velcro. And now I can pull this whole assembly through, except I didn't push the very end down. Okay, yep, now it's through. Okay. And I feel like that should. Ooh,
Can I do that?
yeah, you can totally do that. Okay, so. And we can cut that to length too. But let's just say that that's the way it's gonna be, okay? That's not in its entirety. I'm gonna try to get some better straps, because we have some straps that pull back like we have on a lot of our bind and fly planes. And we'll just find those and put them in. You could make this work, it's just gonna be a little easier for us. Okay, so first things first, studying the throttle. We're at -100, okay? We have the throttle cut on, so there's no fear of bumping the throttle. At this point, we need to potentially program the throttle range, okay? I don't want the plane to be able to fly away, and I don't want to have to worry about it coming off the counter, but I do want the prop to be up higher, okay? This is where having the prop off would be a good idea. For the sake of time, just pretend I did that safety feature. I'm going to instead hold this with the understanding that it could be a very exciting 3 to 4 minutes until that battery gets totally killed. Okay? So I'm going to actually plug in from the other side and I'll secure the plane. In order to bind, I have to shut this off. Just make sure you're in the right profile. Okay? It's not going to bind on the first try. I'm just going to let you know that because it never seems to work when we're on camera. Now, this shouldn't start moving. So I'm going to secure the plane like this, and I'm going to plug in the ESC. This is an IC5, this is an EC5. They will go together. Okay. So it's currently plugged in. And my first step is to press the bind button. You'll see it's flashing. Now, camera crew, I need to walk away from the plane. Can you secure it here?
Yep.
And then film that thing?
Yes.
You good?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna walk away and be in the foreground here, pressing the bind button and the power switch. Now I can, it says binding.
Hey, it worked.
I'll hold this now. Now it's auto configuring. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay my transmitter down safely. I'm gonna test that throttle cut's working. It is. Now, I'm gonna shut throttle cut off, and I'm gonna give it throttle. And I'm noticing that I don't hear anything. I didn't hear any beeps. I didn't hear any engagement. Throttle cut is on, okay? So now what I need to do is I need to figure out why it's not actually doing anything. Because right now, I didn't hear anything. So that's generally not a good sign. It's very unusual that you don't hear that. And so what I'm gonna do before we get any further is I'm just gonna look at the programming manual or the programming guide for the ESC. Let's look at this together, camera crew. Okay, so wiring diagram. So it says the speed controller can be connected to the motor by soldering directly with high quality connectors. Always use new connectors, which should be soldered carefully to the cables. Okay. Maximum length is 6 inches. Okay, so first things first. This is very unusual. Normally you can hear the motor beep and give feedback even if you aren't hooked up to the receiver, which we are. And I'm just verifying that all our signal wires are up, and they are. Okay, so I'm not sure what the deal is. So we may have to do a little bit of troubleshooting and then come back on this one, because I honestly, I'm not sure what's going on. So we will, actually, let's not. Let's look at some other things first, and then we'll come back to this. First of all, we're just gonna double confirm that we have no throttle. I'm gonna shut off the throttle cut, secure the plane. I'm gonna give it full throttle. I'm gonna give it no throttle, and there's no change. Throttle cut is on. We didn't hear it beep or engage, so we should be okay there. But we do have movement of servos, and we have movement, and every single one of them, except for the ailerons, are backward. So the next step would be to, Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go ahead and establish what's going on with our throws for the ailerons. So we'll come back to the fact that the motor's not making any noise. That's very unusual, and I'm not sure what the deal is. We might have got a bad ESC, I don't know. But we're going to come back to that. So we're only putting this on because it's bound. And then secondarily, we got to flip this plane upside down so we can study closely the ailerons. The ailerons, as you may remember, I don't know if this is going to clear now. Good?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the ailerons right now while we've got this in a upside down position. Okay, so the ailerons are right here. And what we need to do is we need to set the maximum range and the minimum range. So let's come over here. Timer's cleared. I'm going to click. While I'm thinking about it, before we do that, we're going to go into audio events, telemetry warnings, volts, double click, change this to 6S. Okay, and then I'm going to change this to let's go to, what did we do last time? Was it 20?
Or 20.
So 21.6. That's 3.6 per cell. The alarm is going to be voice, and we're going to have inhibited the status reports, and then the alarm we're going to do every 15 seconds. I don't care about the max volts. I really don't. Okay. There is a variable on this, by the way. And it's off right now, but I could assign that to a switch. Like if we wanted it to turn on and off, we could put it on switch C. Okay. So in this condition, it's off. In that condition, it's on, or I don't know. Whichever way. I think it's going to be this way, it'd be on. So when that switches all the way down. Okay. But that'll be annoying because it'll boop, 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 beep, beep, boop, boop, boop.
It'll be super fun.
All right, so let's talk about the ailerons since I got distracted. Squirrel. So what we need to do is we need to walk into servo setup, travel, absolute travel. So there's a right aileron and a left aileron, okay? So there is gonna be a point where you cannot move any further. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look, and you can see what's happening. Look here. See how it goes to the top or it goes to the bottom. That's where you can set it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look down the length of the wing, and I'm gonna move this. Now look what I just did. I clicked on that number, and then basically as I get close to where I'm gonna bind, and it takes a lot of scrolling. It's super, super small, the change. You might be thinking to yourself, why would you ever do it this way? Because this dictates all the menus. See how I'm moving the stick over? As I back this off, it gets to the point where eventually it's not going to hit up here, okay? No, from here, right here. That way they can see, okay? This is important. So eventually it's going to get to where it's walking away from where. And I knew it'd be about half. See how it's kind of moving slowly? I don't know if you can see it yet. Okay, show them the number. So I'm at like 2100 now. That's going to limit the amount of travel on that servo. Goodness gracious.
Jeez.
Oh, you know why? This is the left aileron. See, look, over there. It's not moving. It's because I was limiting the wrong one. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna look over there at the other direction. Yep, and we're probably about right at 1800. So now I'm gonna go over to the right aileron. This is the right aileron after all. And we're gonna do the same test. See, now we're safe over there, it's not gonna hit. But you see, it's wanting to get there and hit. Okay, so look what I'm doing now. Now I'm running this number down. And all I'm doing is I'm just basically changing the range by which this servo operates. Now the reason we're doing this is because the servo control horns, I can probably scroll to like about 2000 before I even start looking at it. Because when I move the stick all the way over, I don't want it to bind. So it's basically protecting the servo from my stick input. See, look. See, it won't go any further. Now I can scroll it up. Now get up there real close. Right there so they can see it. No, like actually show them. You see that? See how there's a gap? See how slow it's moving, guys? You hear that noise? Look at this. Look at the screen. I just changed it like probably 200. Okay? That's how finite that is. It's just incredible. So really, all that's happening is now when I move the stick over this way, it basically, now I got to do the other side so it won't hit, because I can hit right here. And honestly, I don't know which direction the absolute value needs to change. I think it's probably going to be like around 1800. Yeah, this is a slow process, but the thing is, see it? Eventually it's going to start walking back to the center. See? See, now look, I'm at my end stop now. Now I can walk it down. So you see, look what I'm doing. I'm holding the stick all the way and I'm just scrolling it. Now, give them a close-up shot as I scroll. Look at that servo. Look how tight that is. See it? I'm walking it until it's just barely engaging. Okay? So that's all the way and that's all the way. And there is no chance of overloading that one now. And the other one's all screwed up because I adjusted the wrong one first, okay? So then when I give full stick input, it's not gonna overload that servo. So I gotta fine tune this side just a little bit. There it goes. Yep. Yep, clear and clear. Yep, so when I give full stick movement, there's no clearance issues at all. It doesn't even hit, it can't hit. Okay, now I gotta do the same thing to the other one. So the right aileron is, let's show them what we ended up with. We ended up with 2943 and 928. So now I can click and leave that. Now I'm gonna go to the left aileron and we're gonna do the exact same thing, but now I don't have to worry about hitting both, okay? Because this one's already protected and it's controlled by the same stick, okay? See, that direction I got to adjust. Okay, I'm going to sit down so I can get the perfect angle here. Okay, so you see what I'm doing? I'm just moving my stick over. Whoops, I got to get to the right thing. So I'm going to click on this. See, it's allowing me to hit. Dang it. I'm gonna try to match this similar number. Might as well go to like 2,900. And you can literally see it as you're making the adjustment. So it's really pretty cool. Okay, so now look up there for a second. See, as I turn this value up, it's moving the servo away from me, but my thumb is all the way to the left. Just double check over there, we're not hitting. Yep, we're not even moving.
Nope, not moving.
So you guys see how much precision you've got? You've got literally thousands of points. So it's just barely about to touch, and then it's touching, so I gotta bring this one way up. Probably gonna bring it close to 1,000. Oh yeah, there it is. There it goes, first bump up. That is so cool. Now let's look at the other side. So look at the numbers. 3155 compared to 1039. Okay, now let's look on the other side. Look how perfect that is. It doesn't touch. I gotta adjust this one just a hair. I'm gonna scroll back over to the right aileron. See how it's walking up just a hair? See how it's about to engage? Now I stop. Look how perfect that is, guys. No contact whatsoever, none. And that's full stick input. So I'm like going all the way across. Now I can do that with impunity and I don't have to worry about destroying my servos. And some of you are probably thinking, well, but you're not gonna be at that position very often. Yeah, I don't know that.
Right.
And the other thing too is I noticed that the center position is a little bit off on this one now, and that's maybe not so great. Do you see this? See how it's up just a hair and this one's flush? That's an easy correction. And I'm only gonna correct this mechanically because it's like super, super easy to do, given the nature of our setup on this wing. So all I have to do is just basically loosen this screw here and then just like let that fall down. But see, what we were just adjusting there had nothing to do with the control surface. It had everything to do with this touching here or here and overloading the servo. So you'll basically burn them out in like 2 seconds. Maybe less actually, just depends. Okay, so that's torqued down really tight and we've got, but I feel like it's not quite perfect yet. I want this pretty much perfect here. There we go. As I torque it down, it's wanting to spin and move that rod just a hair. Okay, feel that. See, perfect and perfect. And then no bind, no bind, no bind. All right, so we set up flaperons. So if you want to come over here, you might be able to see really good, I'm guessing. So flaperons are obviously backward. So let's go into the flap menu. So these need to be negative values if you want them to go down. Now this is just flip of the coin. You never really know which direction they're gonna operate. Okay, so take off flaps, landing flaps, but look, there's no fear of hitting. We're not hitting, okay? Because that's the absolute value's been set now, so we don't have to worry about them hitting at all, regardless of how much flap we're on. See, look, I'm at minus 75, watch this. Minus 100, nothing. There it goes, now it's kicking in. Okay, see? So all the system knows based on those absolute positions. Okay, so I wanna run the flaperons at like not all the way down, and then takeoff flaps are gonna be even less, okay? It'll be just a very small deflection. Okay, so there's nothing, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Okay, now we're gonna look at the elevator. The elevator, since we're upside down, I don't wanna confuse anybody obviously, but the elevator is backwards. So we're gonna go to servo setup, travel, reverse elevator. Now it's up, now it's down. Now we don't have to worry about travel on this. We're not gonna hit anything mechanically. We're totally free up front. Now let's look at probably going ahead and flipping the plane over.
Okay.
Be careful because that battery tray or the access to the battery is kind of in a precarious spot, okay? So actually I think I want to point it away from us so it's easier to visualize all the controls. I'm annoyed about the motor, but I don't even know what to think yet. I'm wondering if, I hope we didn't get bad, I don't think we got a bad motor, but I wonder if our ESC has got something wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's very weird. Okay, elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, yaw left. Okay, so that's backward too. So rudder, yaw left, yaw right. That's pretty fast action too. Very satisfied with that. Elevator up, elevator down. Everything looks beautiful. So takeoff flaps, landing flaps, and that's the correct direction that I believe we'll need, okay? So now I can go into flap system and then I'm gonna take this from 15 down to like 10 and from 20 down to like maybe, let's say 12. Okay, so takeoff flaps, landing flaps. And then the ailerons continue to actuate in the correct direction. Elevator, rudder. Everything is working except for throttle. Kind of handy to have throttle. But we have everything else working, which is sweet. So steerable tail wheels working perfectly, which is great. So now the next thing I need to do is I need to basically go into forward programming. Okay, so forward programming, gyro settings, first time setup. Make sure the model, wing type, all that stuff, the stuff we just did is all configured correctly because this is how they associate the AS3X to your control surfaces, okay? If you make any changes, you have to redo the initial setup. Set the model level and press continue. I'm not gonna continue until I have this model level, as in flying level. Continue. Set the model on its nose and you're gonna hit continue when I get it on its nose.
Okay.
Don't do it until I tell you though, because I want to make sure I have this away from me in case the motor decides to like start. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Continue. Okay, the orientation, we have orientation 1 with the Spectrum logo toward the nose of the plane, and then the AR-637 towards the back.
And
Which
I can't see because it's
was-
underneath the cover. And yes, show the people at home that that agrees. See that, guys?
Towards the front, yep.
See, toward the front. Okay, perfect. So we basically have the orientation correct. That's the first and most important step. And if you don't get that right, you got to get that right first before you can continue. Okay, so now the next step is,
Continue that.
this is where gain channel, I want this to be set to auxiliary 3. Okay, with the input the knob. I'm gonna apply the changes. This is where it's gonna reboot. This is where you wanna be careful if your throttle cut, like if your motor runs, this is where you wanna be careful because it has started on us before on 2 different, well, probably 3 or 4 different planes. But it's always like a very small percentage of your throttle. So just be aware of it. Okay, so receiver is rebooting, click menu for menus. Now we can go back in. Okay. Gyro settings. Now we can do AS3 up. Setup, flight mode setup, flight mode 1.
Safe mode. AS3X mode.
So we have to tell it what to associate to.
Safe mode. AS3X mode.
Gear or A, doesn't matter, okay?
Safe mode. AS.
See how that's changing now? So now we have AS3X mode. AS3X settings. This is where you can change your gain settings. 1 is less, 4 is more, and then there's also percentages. But this is one of those techno glitches that we've noticed where it kind of jumps around. But you can get it to go, and you just have to be quick, okay? See?
Yeah.
So we usually set it to like 4 for testing, and then fixed or adjustable. I want them all adjustable, okay? It does take a second for all these settings to actually go into the receiver. We don't care about that yet. Okay, so now throttle cut's on. Throttle's not even working, so we'll figure that out later. But having given it throttle, the elevator's going up and down, the rudder's going left and right, and it's going the same direction of the travel of the environment. So impact, correction, impact, correction, impact up, correction up, impact down, correction down. Now, aileron up, aileron down, and since we have flaperons, you have to test both sides. So we're gonna test this one too, but it's just harder to see, so I'm gonna pick it up from the middle of the plane, up, down. And you'll note that they're all going in the same direction that you want them to. So when the wing goes up, this should counter it by trying to interact with the environment to stop that roll. Just like the tail. So let's do the tail for easy figuring. Gain all the way down, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. You'll note that I'm not changing my movement. Let's try with elevator. That's all the way up on 4 times. That's 50%, and that's off, okay? Also, in safe, there's no change because we haven't activated safe. But I feel like that's a pretty good amount of gain. I would say we'll just leave it at 4 times and we can turn it down and then we'll adjust from there. So like we can always put it all the way down. Okay. At takeoff, we might find that we need like tons, but we're probably gonna find that we want it about half. I like to keep this so that I go to about the 50% position because then when I'm flying planes, once I get it tuned, I make it so it's in the middle. If you have an extra windy day, you can kick it up a little. If you have an extra calm day, you can shut it off almost all the way. Okay, so now let's go back. Now let's go to safe first time setup. This is where you want to be careful because it may reboot. Before setting up a flight mode must be configured. Let's go ahead and do that. It's already set, so it associated from the AS3X side, gear. Now look what happens. Before setting up a flight, then you hit continue. Flight mode 1.
Safe mode. AS3X mode. Safe mode.
That's where I want safe. AS3X gain must be tuned. Okay. Level and capture, whatever, just do it. So now watch this, look at this. I'm gonna level the plane. Now watch what's gonna happen. Capture attitude. It's gonna make a correction for one of those. Oh, look, it corrected. Okay, now why roll? Don't understand why there's a roll attitude change, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna change that to 0. But pitch, look, that's where you can change. Like if you got a plane that's a tail dragger, you don't want it to fly like that, like this. It'll look stupid in the air. I mean, it'll fly that way in a high angle of attack, but it'll fly like crap. And you don't want it to fly like downhill or attempt to go downhill but keep altitude. So you want it to fly level like this. And the way you can tell if it's right is by your elevator once you get safe set up, because it's going to pull you to the level position and then let off. Okay. So now we're going to go next, and I'm holding the plane. Okay, so this is where it's going to populate your angle limits and all that. You can adjust those, so you can allow it to tip down more, up more, left, right, roll.
AS3X mode. Safe mode.
Okay, so in this mode, I want safe. Active, so that's self-leveling with angle whatever, okay? That's auto-leveling. That's auto-leveling. You can also do just envelope. An envelope is basically where you limit the positional change so that you can't flip upside down. You can't. So you can always screw it up if you try hard enough. But if you set your envelope tight enough, you can basically prevent the plane from flipping upside down, okay? And I don't even care about those values, they're fine. Now, when you go to apply, this is where your receiver is gonna reboot. So hold it still and secure it. See how everything jumped? See, it jumped. Now listen for the dances. That's your standard AS3X dance times 2. That means safe select is on. So now I'm gonna walk out of the menu. I'm in safe right now. It's positionally trying to correct where we are in the real estate of the skies. Honey, can you switch that after a second here? See, look, ailerons, trying to find the quickest route to level. And look at the elevator. That elevator is trying to level the plane. Now it's trying to level the plane, and that's where it's gonna fly at, right there. Pretty cool, huh? You can also hold the stick to one side or the other and see where it's gonna limit your bank angles. There's another quick check to see if you're in safe, and that's throttle cuts on. You can go ahead and pull the stick back, and there'll be limits.
It's a big difference.
Yep, now look at the roll. Limited, not limited. Okay, rudder, limited, not limited. Very little difference on the rudder, okay? So now that we have set up safe, we've set up and tested AS3X, let's test in regular flight mode. So normally the throttle would be turning on when I do this, but you have to give over 25% to activate AS3X. AS3X is working, AS3X is working, AS3X is working, AS3X. I can't see if it's working over here. Yes, it is. Also, I'm gonna test my gain, and it's working, and that's all the way up, and that's where I wanna start. Okay, so a couple things to keep in mind. You may have noticed that I've tested virtually every step, every different condition. Roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, roll, yaw left, yaw right. Take off flaps. Roll, roll, up, down, yaw, yaw. Landing flaps. Roll, roll, elevator, elevator, rock. Okay? Take your time, test everything. Throttle cut is on and tested. Obviously our throttle cut's not the problem right now because the motor's not turning. I don't know why. I honestly don't know. So I think what we're gonna do is, now that we have established what we have established, I'm just thinking out loud now for a minute. When you do diagnostics on stuff, you have to think about the way the system's supposed to work. And then you can split the system in half until you find the component that's failed. That's true for any system that you want to troubleshoot, not the least of which would be aircraft, okay? It's possible that this is not designed to operate at a certain voltage, but you should still have it initiate and chime. Beep, 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 or something like that, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I am going to actually real carefully, I'm just gonna look. Oh, also, by the way, did you guys see the telemetry data? If I scroll over here, the receiver's 5.6 volts. There's our volts, 23.4. There's our altitude for the Vario. I'll just move the plane up and down here if I can get a good pick point. You want to show them that screen? Mm-hmm. Okay. Then that would be boop, 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 boop. boop, 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 boop. I just turned it on, so I don't think it'll work though, because we're not gonna get a...
You're not gonna get a big enough range.
I'd have to really exaggerate it. Oh, actually I can. If we scroll over here, there's your Vario. Whoops. So if I go to audio vents, and I go to, I don't know if it's under telemetry warnings. There's Vario. I can just, there it is. You guys love the Vario. Okay, so check this out. Okay, so the Vario is on now. So if it changes greater than half of a foot, 0.6 feet, so that data has to do with the change in position and the rate by which the change is happening, okay? So I have it off on that setting or that setting, but I have it on that setting, okay? Because that'll be annoying. Okay, so we've set up all sorts of cool features. Everything is ready to rock and roll with the exception of the throttle. So throttle cuts on. I'm gonna turn it off. I mean, it hasn't initiated, so it's not gonna work, okay? So throttle cuts off. So it's possible the easiest way to test this would be to just like literally just get a different motor and hook it to this ESC, okay? Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, what if you don't have the same size motor? Well, just get any size motor. It doesn't really matter as long as the thing is capable of spinning, then you can plug it in. You just don't want to give it like full throttle because you would burn it up then. So you just don't give it much throttle. So I'm gonna unplug this. Okay, so it's unplugged, it's de-energized. So now at this point, I'm just gonna carefully try this one more time. Also note that there's a little bit of a disparity in our forward travel, I think. So I'm also just gonna reach in here. I'm gonna slide my battery back. Okay. And I'm just gonna make sure we don't have like one of the leads detached.
Right.
Which is super convenient with the wing on there. It sure doesn't look like it's detached. I definitely do not see it detached. So, okay, so the next step for me is to test the ESC with another motor. So we'll be right back. All right, so we're gonna cut free this one zip tie just so we can get in there easy. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna detach the motor. I believe the motor's probably okay, but you know, sometimes we're wrong. I'm gonna detach all three leads, okay? So now, I have a motor that is rated for 4S, so I'm just gonna use a 4S pack. And I'm just gonna plug in. It doesn't matter even like what the orientation is at all. And these leads don't have to even fit great. I just wanna hear if it initiates. That's all I care about. So you'll note I don't have a prop on there. This is just a test. But you can see that that wire popped out. I may have to get a little bit creative with that, but just everybody listen. I'm not hearing anything. Are you hearing anything?
No.
Obviously the plane is starting. Okay, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Oh crap, it's popped out. Okay, so if you're trying to test a smaller motor, these leads are pretty dinky. They're almost the size. So there is one trick to getting that to work. And all you're gonna have to do is basically find a screwdriver or an X-Acto knife. That'll work.
Okay.
We're just gonna open up this copper a little bit. Right here, here's an X-Acto knife. So you see these little connectors? I'm just gonna open this one up a little bit. Just gonna turn one piece so it's deeper. So it's got a bigger bite, okay? Same thing over here. Full disclosure, this came out of just a crashed plane, so I know the motor's actually working. But, I mean, it only crashed at like 100 miles an hour, so it should be no problem at all.
It was great.
It was pretty exciting, actually. Okay. Okay, so now we're just gonna plug that back in and we should expect to see no activity at all. And like I said, hon, is the throttle stick down?
Yes.
Okay, and throttle cuts on that you know of. Again, we don't care about the direction of rotation, any of that junk. We just care about, are we getting anything out of it? Okay? All right, go ahead. Throttle cut off.
Throttle cut is off.
Give it some throttle. Okay.
Throttle. Okay.
All the way down?
Yep, all the way down.
Okay.
Throttle cuts on.
So what that tells me is that our ESC is bad, which doesn't surprise me, or it needs to be programmed, and I'm not aware of why that would be. Okay, so for Gecko, Opto, HVs, okay, so anti-spark circuit, initial throttle calibration. Calibration is done. You only need to do this once. Okay, so I wonder if, I've never heard of such a thing, but it might possibly be. But see, I've never once in my life seen an ESC that doesn't chime when you plug it in.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and that's, and it's doing nothing.
No.
On the BEC is working, but the actual, that was a 5004S. It just happens to have an IC5. So that was good for our testing purposes, but it's not like we're gonna fly on that. It probably would fly on it anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna just read this real quick and make sure I'm not missing something simple, and we'll come right back. Okay, so unfortunately, for safety reasons, I had the camera crew helping me. We actually just programmed the throttle, and that seems to have woke it up. So, throttle cuts off, throttle cuts on. Okay, so we're safe there. Throttle cuts off, and I'm still seeing no response. It's very strange. Okay, so throttle cuts back on. We're just gonna real carefully unplug this. Okay, so it's de-energized. We did hear noises, and we're gonna try to replicate that, but we are gonna take the prop off for safety. Okay, so it claims that we have to set up the throttle range, which is strange. So throttle cuts off, sticks all the way up. The battery's unplugged. As you can see, our prop is off. Something I historically haven't had to do, but I'm just gonna play it safe because it's acting weird. Okay, plugging in the battery. Listening. And all the way down. Now we're listening. Now we're listening. But you see there's no response. Throttle cut, there's no response. So it's almost like there's a programming setup that's precluding it from running on 6S or 4S or whatever, okay? So we're gonna plug it back in.
Ooh.
That's right.
There
Okay,
we
cool.
go.
Okay, so throttle cut is on and tested. Throttle cuts off. Okay, throttle cuts on. Now you'll notice it would beep, 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 beep.
Yes.
Okay, so that means the braking is not on. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and, yes, actually install the prop, which is, you know, somewhat dangerous. So I'll leave it off for now. So you do have to set the throttle range the first time. So that's unusual. Now listen, throttle cuts on. It's beep, beep. You would see, there'd be two tones, so we have braking on. So come around here. So we have the prop off still. So there's throttle, and see how it stops hard? Mm-hmm. And look, it's resisting movement. It's strong too. Try to spin that.
Which is what you want, right?
No, I don't want braking.
Oh, you don't want braking.
Watch your fingers. Yeah, so braking is not right. So what we have to do now is we have to actually find the programming manual for this ESC so that we can set the settings on the ESC. And the programming manual is gonna give us some tones to listen to, and we'll go through a programming sequence. So it's unusual, even in an ARF, that there wouldn't be some basic programming in the ESC. I've never seen that before, and I've done a lot of different planes. So it's very unusual, but there is this manual here, and it doesn't say the whole setup, but what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to go to the ztwom.com
Sure.
and find that, and we'll be right back. Okay, so this is the user's manual that I found for this. This is called a Beatles brushless, and it's an 80 amp, okay? So we just print it on one side. So basically, this is the information here. So it's 2 through 6 LiPo, okay? 5.5 volts at 5 amps, that's pretty good BEC, or SBAC actually. Switching battery eliminator circuit, okay? So then at the end, it talks about entering programming to turn on your radio, set the throttle stick to the top position all the way up before you power it, then plug in the battery, wait for 2 seconds, you'll hear 4 groups of 2 sets of fast beeps. Beep, 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 beep. After this, you will hear 4 single beeps. Beep, 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 beep. Then that means you're into the programming mode, and then basically you go through the steps. So the steps are as such. I could show you on these pages, but I'm going to show you on the chart. Okay? Pause the video if you need to look at the chart. There's not more over here, but this is what you want to look at. Okay, so you see this? So now we're going to do this, and we're just going to look through, and let's go ahead and make some marks on our paperwork so we know what we're looking at, and then we'll be able to quickly grab it. So brake we want off, okay? Battery type we want LiPo, okay? So you see that this will be beep, 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 beep. This will be beep, 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 beep. You move the stick down and it'll change the condition, okay? Low voltage cutoff threshold. I mean, honestly, I just soon have it off, but I don't really want it at all. But, you know, because that's the way you crash planes is what I suggest. So I guess we'll go to the medium probably. Restore factory defaults. We don't want to do that. Timing setup. I want automatic. Okay, so that'll be the beep, 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 beep. Okay, then acceleration. They suggest hard for direct drive systems. I don't know. I think I'm going to just go with normal for now. Okay, normal. Heli mode, I don't care about because we're not going to use heli mode. Motor rotation, I need to pay attention to what direction it's going. You can always just switch 2 of the 3 leads, and then that will switch whatever that is. I don't know about the switching frequency, low voltage cutoff type, reduced power or hard cutoff. I would say reduced power. This is what we would pick if we had to pick between 2 choices we don't like. Okay, so throttle calibration, we already did this part. Okay, so that's good. So that's basically how you do it. So now we're just going to follow the instructions. We have the prop off. It would be kind of nice to know what direction it's going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut off my throttle cut, and I'm going to turn this motor. So right now it's going this way, okay? So if the prop are on here, which it is now, careful. So you can see what direction it's going to go, but I don't have the nut on, so it just idles. But it's clearly going in the correct direction. So we got lucky. It's basically a 50-50 shot, okay? Because I'm the one that landed the wires. It didn't come from the factory that way. Okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to unplug the power. And yes, this is the last setup in the radio setup. Good Lord, it's been long. That's what she said. Okay, so we have the throttle cut off, throttle stick all the way up, clearing the warnings. Okay, so the throttle stick is all the way up. That's unusual. You want to be careful about doing that with your prop on, okay? I'm going to plug this in. Now we're listening for setup. It's going to take a second. Then okay, so now braking is not on that I know of. Nope, it's still on. So we did it wrong. So throttle cut's on. Throttle cut's off, sticks all the way up. We're going to enter programming mode. Okay. You're just gonna probably have to stay over here, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Okay, so we turn that to off, I hope. Okay. So now it's spinning. Oh, see? So we got it that time. You can tell because when you let off the throttle, it doesn't.
It doesn't immediately stop.
And you can spin it, okay?
Easier?
Oh yeah, like it was strong
Oh.
before. So obviously braking
Right.
is off.
Okay.
Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is throttle cuts on. Remember, every time you change a state, you have to basically reboot the thing. Okay, throttle cuts off, throttle sticks up all the way. Okay, wait for the startup. Beep, 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 beep. That's brake. We're already good with that, okay? Okay, so it just changed to LiPo. It was in NiCad. So stupid.
Is there a way to, how do you verify that?
Skills to pay the bills. Okay, so it's working. So now we unplug the battery. Throttle cuts off, stick is all the way up.
18.3 volts.
Okay, this is braking. Okay, now we want it beep, 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 beep. Okay, so that's, hopefully that changed it to LiPo. Okay, so it's obviously working. So now we're gonna unplug the power. Throttle cut, well, throttle cut can be off, throttle stick all the way up. And then you just basically work your way through until you have all your settings, or you can get a programming card. That's braking. This is the high, low voltage cutoff threshold. That's the restore for factory reset, which we're not going to do. Automatic, 4. This is soft. I want to change it. I want it to go to normal. Okay, so throttle cuts off, sticks up, plug it back in. Yes, it does take some time to do this. Come over here. So we're just having to make sense of these beeps based on what the drawing is. So beep, 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 beep. It could be more clear, but it's not. See how this is 4? So I think it's set in NiCad. See, now it's LiPo. Now I've set it to LiPo. Okay, that's a normal sounding startup, okay? Throttle cuts off. Everything's working fine. We've got good throttle response. Unplug the power. Throttle cuts off. Throttle's all the way up. Go back in again. You'll note that every time we do this, I have to go in again because some menus let you out as soon as you make a change, and other menus keep you in until you go all the way to the end. Okay, so this is and it just switches on or off. So there's only one conditional statement. I just don't understand like what the last setting was. Like it doesn't really make any indication. Beep, 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 beep. That's what I want. So we just set that to low, okay? Okay, now we can, so everything's good there. Throttle cuts on all the way up, unplug the battery, throttle cuts back off, plug it back in. It's gonna boot. So we got this one set, so we're good on that one. We're good on this one too. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. So then it's giving you the choice. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, then this one. And this one takes a while because it's got to go through all these. Then it goes beep, 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 beep. See, there's 3. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. And then the next one's gonna be 4, but we've already set it to what we wanted, so we don't do anything in this step. Therefore, it stays at the setting it had been.
Let it keep going.
Yep.
through.
And then we obviously don't wanna do anything with the restore. This one's gonna be beep, 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 beep. See? Long beep. Then this one's gonna be shorter beeps, and so we want automatic timing. We've now set that value, okay?
Okay.
Throttle cuts on, unplug the battery, throttle cuts off, sticks up, plug in the power. Now we need to get down to this one, which is really annoying because it's all the way down here. So I'm braking. You can kind of tell because this one really stands out. There might be a way to skip. I'm gonna try it. It's not gonna know any of the other inputs because it's a throttle. Hold on. I gotta check one thing on this. Yep, you can only do one at a time. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Like here.
This is where we're just gonna ignore that. So this one we wanna set to normal, and then everything else we're gonna leave. So this is soft. That's this. Now it's gonna go beep, 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 beep. So during that, I'm gonna go down. Okay? So now we're done. I think I've had about enough of this. And that should be set up. So basically, all we're doing in programming the ESC is teaching the ESC how to respond to different conditions, and predominantly if it's got the right battery type, which is kind of a big deal. If you got the wrong battery type, it could cause other problems.
Yeah.
Okay, so throttle cuts on and tested. So I'm gonna just verify before we put it into an unsafe condition that all that's gonna work. We're just listening for beeping. We're not actually doing any programming. Okay, throttle cuts off. All the way up, all the way down. No braking, throttle cuts on, and we know that it's gonna work. So throttle cuts on, we're gonna move the controller just right here so I could still get to it if something went horribly wrong. We're gonna put the prop on, we're gonna lock it on there with a lock nut, or with the nut and washer and all that good stuff. Okay, then I'm gonna torque this on. Beautiful prop, by the way, absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so now we're gonna secure the plane and test the throttle a little bit. This is not meant to be a flight test or anything like that, but I am quite curious how strong this thing's gonna be. That's 50% throttle. And then you'll note that throttle cuts on and tested. Okay, so I think we're totally satisfactory on all of our settings. AS3X is working. Elevators, correction, takeoff flaps, landing flaps, everything is still working. We have correction with flaperons. We have correction with elevator and rudder. So everything has been set. The gains are working. Safe turns on and off. Safe is on in the correct condition. That's safe. That's where we want it. Throttle cut's obviously working and been tested a bunch of times. So really at this point, that is 100% of the setup on this plane from start to finish, from unbox to build to radio setup in exhaustive detail. We really hope we've answered all your questions and more. And if you've never set up a plane like this before, now you can do it yourself. But keep in mind, don't get cut, don't burn your house down. Those are the two things you watch out for in the hobby. Also, I did note that the windshield got blown back pretty severely when I gave throttle, and I am only at like 60% throttle. Oh. So I'm kind of thinking these things are gonna get pushed way back and possibly break. And if that happens, then I'm probably gonna cut out the glass or cut some like big holes in there so it looks like the glass is there, but it's not, and then it won't interfere. But really, really, really cool plane. We got a couple zip ties to throw on just to re-secure the motor leads. Sorry for the concern earlier. We're gonna give you guys just one quick shot of this before we sign off for the night, morning, whatever you wanna call this thing at 1 in the morning on a weeknight. Who needs sleep?
Me.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Throttle cuts off. Okay, are you good? Mm-hmm. I've secured the plane.
Okay.
That looks so cool.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, that is awesome. Do you want to give him a shot from over here? Okay, I'm gonna go secure the plane from a different spot. That looks so good. Good. That is so cool. Prop looks good.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely just phenomenal. Too bad we don't have some smoke coming out of that, because that would be so cool. And for the record, that's 8% throttle.
Wow.
So if I were able to secure this better, okay, the best way to secure this plane is here. That's a lot of power.
That is a lot of power.
Throttle cuts on and tested. I love it though. It doesn't sound out of proportions. No. Everything looks good.
Sounds great.
It was a lot of work to build this plane, so it better fly good, because I'm gonna be ticked off if it doesn't. So guys, without further ado, support us in a few different ways if you want. Obviously, like, share, subscribe, do all those things that people do on YouTube. Come back for more, obviously, because we've got tons of footage coming. But if you want to support us financially, you can buy these planes if you like them. If you don't like this plane, buy another plane, something that meets your fancy. We think this is a pretty amazing plane. And if you're watching this long of a video, then you probably like this plane. So just go ahead and do yourself a favor and buy it. If you want a plane right now, you have to order stuff. If it's on back order it anyway, because prices are changing. So you might as well get the thing ordered as soon as you can. And then hopefully you won't get your order canceled, because it's gonna be months and months before the containers get here. But this thing is absolutely gorgeous. I think you're gonna like it. I hope it flies half as good as it looks. It's gonna be a great plane in that case. Obviously the NX8 has been great. We're using a 50C Gen 2 5006S. This is an expensive battery compared to the 30s, but they do recommend a 45C on this plane. So I would highly recommend sticking within those specs until we see if it puffs. We also have telemetry warnings, we have safe, we have AS3X, we have everything set up. to make this thing. Oh, and then of course flaperons. Don't forget flaperons, which is pretty sweet. So it's going to look just like a real one. And just really, really love the way that this thing went together. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I hated the fact that it took so long. That's the worst part of it. The missing hardware was manageable for us because RTL Fasteners. So thanks to RTL Fasteners for helping us get, that's another way you can help support us. Just look in the links. We got master links above, and they have a coupon code. So you can get like 30% off if you do decide to order one of those kits. And I think it's like Brian 30 or something like that. But just look down below. We've got the website, and then you can just use that coupon code at checkout. But otherwise, everything we do is just basically links. You follow the link, we'll get small commissions from the different vendors, distributors, and manufacturers that we work with. And when you buy from them, they'll know that we sent you there. And then we get credit in terms of a small commission on this. But really what happens is they trust us to sell their stuff. And then we can get more planes, and we can do more reviews for you guys, which is what we want to do and we aim to. Please help us help you. And look at, just once again, look how stinking gorgeous this thing is. Guys, please, if you haven't already got one of these, and if you even remotely like it, order it as soon as you can. It's gonna be tough around Christmas time. Things are gonna be selling out like crazy. And can you argue, look how amazing it is. It better fly good. Come back for more.